If I can get everybody to go ahead and get your seats, please. Anybody that's outside can come on in. Except, no, Braden, you guys wait. Braden, y'all wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our national spokesperson, Mr. Cuz Strickland.
Good morning. I think they're live streaming this, so I'm getting some signals off on the left side. If y'all would mind, I'd like to start with a little prayer before we bow our heads. Heavenly Father, give us hearts to feel thankful for this room full of pioneers and wonderful people who have made a living and made a difference in your creation, who realize we are mentors, not users, and they have made a wonderful living doing that. Bless them all. Please see everybody home safely. In your name we pray, amen. Very honored to get up here and speak. Gary asked me about doing some communications with him, national spokesperson. I told him I've never felt so unworthy of anything in my life, because I was inducted into this thing years ago, and from time to time I'll pull up the website and look at the names, and right now I'm talking to the inductees that are going in this week. And just deeply hope you realize who you're in here with. Roland Martin, Harold Knight, David Hale, Earl Bentz, Bill Dance, Johnny Morris, Hank Parker, Virgil Ward, Fred Bear, Tom Kelly. That's right there is just unbelievable to me. And I'm sure everybody's deserving. I don't have any idea how people get in here. A guy asked me in Bass Pro, I had my grandsons over there this morning, he said, and we were talking about what we're up there, and he said, how do you get into hunting, fishing Hall of Fame? I said, well, he said, you got to kill a lot of big deer. I said, no, I don't think that's it. I don't think it's winning a lot of tournaments and stuff, you know, and you go down the list, I said, I think it's longevity and character. And if you go through that list, that's kind of what it is. People that have survived in this business a long time. I've been very, very blessed. My wife's up here with me, and last night I asked her, I said, in your wildest dreams, did you ever think that we would be up here introducing people for this kind of stuff? She didn't answer. So I said, well, she didn't hear me. And about 10 minutes later, I was like, hey, look at me. In your wildest dreams, did you ever think we would get to this level? And she looked at me and she said, to be honest, you weren't in my wildest dreams. Okay. But I'm up here for a reason. The cool thing about the outdoor industry, and I've been in it for a long time, been blessed, I've worked way over my head because I met great people. And I learned early on, people will help you if they like you. And the first PR guy, Toxie, called me and said, you're going to be the PR guy and we're going to do this. And he talked about Night and Hell and Ben Lee. And I said, hey, I'm your boy. What's PR stand for? I didn't know what he was talking about. But my first one was Mike Finney. He used to do the PR for Berkeley Trial, and he taught me so much. But during that journey, you meet so many wonderful people. And then every so often, you meet somebody whose heart is just above and beyond anything else. This guy right here I'm fixing to introduce, sometimes I get choked up because I watched him from the get-go, and he always puts people first. And he and his wife started this drawing on a napkin, talking about it. Said, you know, we need to recognize these people. I certainly can promise you he didn't do it for the money. It's because his heart is as big as this room. And I'm honored to introduce him. He's our host for the day, and the reason we're all sitting here, Gary Mason.
Wow, what a great introduction. Thank you, Cuz. Let's give Cuz another round of applause. When I look around this room and I see all the important people to our industry sitting here all together, and we're all telling stories, and we've all known each other for a long, long time, and my heart it's just bursting. I mean, I get teared up because of all of you guys and gals. Without y'all, we wouldn't have an outdoors industry the way we know it today. Without you, the trails wouldn't be blazed, and we wouldn't get to follow in your footsteps. Each and every one of you in this room is so important to this organization, to me and my family, and to the whole outdoors industry. We got a lot to do today, and we got a short time to get it done. That's the bad thing. The good news is we're going to see some really great folks get to walk across this stage. I'm the lucky one. I get to stand on the stage with all of my outdoor heroes, like Wade Middleton, like Billy Blakely, like Larry Ray, and many of the others that are going in the Hall of Fame today, and those of you that are sitting here that have gone in the Hall of Fame prior to today. And the one thing I'd like to do real quick is I would like to recognize each and every one that is here, this Hall of Fame members. If you don't mind, please rise if you're a Legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame member. We're going to add 8 more today to that list, and the list just continues to grow. We couldn't do this, though, without our great sponsors. And I want to read off the list of those that sponsored this year, and there was many, many more that donated auction items and other things for this event. Hybrid Lights, Sheffield Financial, Bass Pro Shops, Major League Fishing, and Drury Outdoors was our major sponsors. Give them a big round of applause. Also helping with the quest was Mossberg, Dorsey Pictures, B&M Fishing, Frog Talks, Mossy Oak, Replay Media, Cleveland Decoys, W.F. Miller and Associates, Vortex Optics, Camus Boats, The Hunt Channel, Can Cooker, Daisy BB Guns, Case International, 80 Below Gun and Reel Oil, Blue Bank Resort, War Eagle Boats, and Ray Eye with the Eye on the Outdoors. Give them all a big round of applause. I also want to recognize one other sponsor. They've been with us since year one. I think they missed 1 year not getting to come. They're here today, Charlie and Linda Brewer. Charlie, where are y'all at? Charlie and Linda Brewer. War Eagle Boats is our other longest sponsor, and we've got Tucker here. Tucker, where are y'all at? Give them a big round of applause. They've been with us for 19 of the 20 years. I want to recognize some other folks in the room before we bring the flag in. If you're a United States veteran or an active service member, please rise. If you served in our military forces or Coast Guard, please rise. I think if you'll watch the video screen, Lorelei has something for you.
I walked through a county courthouse square. On a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, "Your courthouse is kind of run down." He said, "Nah, it'll do for our little town." I said, "Your old flagpole is leaned a little bit. That's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat." And I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is." And he said,
"Son, I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag. You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware. It got powder burned the night Francis Scott Key said watching it. Right and say, can you see? It got a bad rip in New Orleans when Pakenham and Jackson took it, and it seems, and it almost fell into Alamo beside the Texas flag. But she waved on, though. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville. She got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp low a time or two. She was in Korea, Vietnam, over our warriors fighting in the desert sands. She waved from our ships upon the briny foam, and now they about quit waving back here at home. In her own good land, she's been abused, she's been burned, dishonored, denied, refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin, but she's in mighty good shape for the shape she's in. Because we've been through the fire before, and I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning. We take her down slow every night. And we don't let her touch the ground. And we always fold her up right. On second thought, son, I do like to brag. 'Cause I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise as we bring the colors of America, the American flag, into the room by Mr. Braden Henniger and his dad. I want to introduce this young man to you guys. Y'all may be seated. And if our auctioneer will come up, Bo. This is Braden Henniger. Braden has a disease called Duchenne's disease. He's never let that hold him back. This is one of the most amazing men I've ever met. He travels all over the country hunting and fishing. He's never let this disease stop him. We've got 5 prints here and 5 of our Cedar Hill game call turkey calls. They're all numbered. The turkey calls and the prints have got the same number on them. We're going to auction those off right now and make money for Braden's Bridge, which is the organization that helps Braden travel around. And if any of you out there would like to help Braden in his quest, I know that he'd be willing to come wherever you're at and hunt and fish with you. The winner, after we draw the number for this, is going to get, let me show them. Is going to win the original turkey feather with a letter of certificate of authenticity, or how do you say it, Braden? One of them certificates on the back of it, right? I got choked up, I'm sorry. But anyway, that's what the winner's going to win. So I'm going to get Bo to auction them off real quick.
You want to grab one and hold it up so they can see what they're over here. There we go. All right, guys, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. All right, I'm going to start the bidding off, guys. What do you give here now? 25, a little bit of 25, anybody at 25, anybody at $25, a little bit of 25. Give it about 25 now, 30, a little bit of 30, a little bit of 30, 30, a little bit of 30, a little bit of 30, 30, I got 25 here now, 30, a little bit of 30, 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 now 35, a little bit of 35 back there, 35, a little bit of 35. What do you give 35, 35, now 40, 40, now 45, 45, now 50, a little bit of 50, 50 to 50, now 55, what do you give 55, 60, a little bit of 60, 60, a little bit of 60, now 65, 65, 70, a little bit of 70, 70, now 75, now 80, a bit of 80, 80, a bit of 80, 80, 80, 85, now 90, 90, now 95, 95, little bit 95, now 100, but 100, now 105, 5, 5, little bit 105, here but about 105, 5, little bit 105, 5 more dollars, 105, 105, little bit 105, 105, now 110, 10, now 120, 120, little bit 120, 120, I got 200, now 210, 210, now 220, little bit 220, 220, little bit 220, 220, little bit 220, what do you give 220, 80, 220, 220 all done, 220, little bit 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, now 230, now 240, little bit 240, 240, little bit 240, what do you give 240, little bit 240, don't do one and out, 40, 240, little bit 240, what do you give 240, little bit 240, 240, little bit 240, 240 right here, 240, little bit 240, either one, 240, little bit 240, you're out here, I'm in back there, 240, 240 all done, all done, all done, you're already in, I'll take it again though, 240, little bit 240, 240, 240, 240, you're in, 240, sold it, $230 back there, raise your hand up, all right. 230. Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
That's number 55.
All right.
Put that down. Let's do the next one.
All right, the next one. Started off again at 25. Got 25. I got 200 now. 2 and a quarter, quarter, little bit of 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, little bit of 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, little bit of 2 and a quarter. How about 210? Let you in light. 210, huh? 210, little bit of 210, 210, little bit of 210. I got 200 here now, 210, 210, little bit of 210. Able to buy them at 210, 210, get them on 210, little bit of 210, 210, hands high, now 210, little bit of 210. What do you give 210, 210, 210, 210, 210? Sold it, $200 right here. Thank you, Mr. Hoover.
54.
All right, 53 coming up. I got 25, now 30, about 30, 30, now 35, about 35, and about 35, 35, huh? 200, now 210, 210, a little bit of 210, what do you give 210, get up 210, 210, now 220, 220, a little bit of 220, now 230 back there, 230, now 240, a little bit of 240, 240, now 250, a little bit of 2.5, you have to buy about 250, a little bit of 250, what do you give 250, 250, a little bit of 250, 250 back there, 250, a little bit of 250, anybody else, 250, a little bit of 250, I'm 240 here, 250, a little bit of 250, what do you give 250, a little bit of 250, a little bit of 250, 250, 250, 250, sold it, $240 right here. Thank you, sir. 2 more left if you want in this drawing. Get your hands high right here. Write that one down. All right, guys. What do you give here? I'm going to start at 100 this time. 100, all but 100, 100. I got 200, now 210, 210, now 220, 220, a little bit of 220, now 230, a little bit of 230, 230, now 240, a little bit of 240, 300, now 3 and a quarter, quarter, a little bit of 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter one time, 3 quarter, a little bit of 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, a little bit of 3 and a quarter, $25 more, 3 and a quarter, quarter, a little bit of 3 and a quarter. It's a great cause. 3 and a quarter, quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 310, let you in light, 310, a little bit of 310, 310, a little bit of 310, 310, anybody else? 310, 310, a little bit of 310. What do you give 310, 310, 310, 310, all done, all done, all done. Sold it, $300 right here. Thank you, sir. Chad again. Chad's got 2 in the loop. He's got 2 in the loop. Just doubled his chances. All right. $200 bill, but a 200, 200, 200, 200, now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, now 2.5, 250, 250, now 300, but a 300, 300, but a 300, 300, 275, let you in light, 275, but a 275, 275, anybody, 275, a little bit of 275, able to buy them at 275, get them a little bit of 275, you get them 275, 275, 275, 275, all done, 275, 275, 275, you say yes? Right here, 275, 275, or are you bidding, or are you scratching? 275, 275, 275, don't wave that hand back there, 275, 275, 275. Sold it, $250, right, was it right here? 250 right here. Thank you, Mr. Larry. All right, we got 1 left. 1, oh, is that it? Is that the last one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's right. All right, get your hat out. All right. So y'all didn't know I was this bald, did you? All right, 1 more. All right, we're going to shake it up, let him draw. No, not that. Nope. No. Yep, that one.
Who's that say? Chad.
Chad is our winner.
Guys, we got y'all's prints right here and box calls, so whenever y'all get ready for them. All right, thank you, guys. All right, let's see where I'm at. Okay. We lost a great man this year, and almost everybody in this room knew him. If you didn't know him, you had heard a lot about him. Not only was this man responsible for Bassmasters and Bassmasters Magazine, he was responsible for a lot of other things most folks don't know, like the Freshwater Fishing Act, clean water in America, live wells, kill switches, putting fish back in the water, something that Wade's Tournament Trail does a great job, and many others. That was Mr. Ray Scott. Today we have a very special tribute for the Bass Boss, Mr. Ray Scott. He's going to be sitting right here with us. His wife has donated some items for us to auction off to you folks, and let me tell you, these are one of a kind. There'll never be any more of these. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome Mr. Wilson Scott, Ray's son, and his two grandsons into the room carrying a denim jacket, leather vest, and a cowboy hat, all worn by Ray Scott. All right, Bo, come on back up here one more time. Folks, I want to tell you, this is very unique. I've got a Ray Scott hat, and I've got a Forrest Wood hat, and a Bill Dance hat, and Wade won't give me his visor, but this is some very special stuff right here. I'm going to let Bo auction them off. You can do one item at a time, or if somebody wants to bid on all of them together as a package.
Let's do them one at a time.
All right, go for it.
Do them one at a time. And y'all, like he said, this is one of a kind. I watched that man for my entire childhood and always had the dream behind it. So won't be any more of these. So hands high now. Let's start with the hat. Ray Scott hat right here, one of a kind. All right, guys, what do you give here now? $100, but 100. You got about 100, but 100. 100, but 100, 100. I got 100 on me, 100, now 100 and a half. 150, but 150. 150. Now 175 at about 175. 175 at about 175. 175 at about 175, a little bit 175. 175, a little bit 175 at about 175. 175, now 200, 200. I got 500 now, 510. A little bit of 510, you got about 510. What do you give 510? A little bit of 510. $510, a little bit of 510. You give it about 510, with 510. Hands high now, 510, a little bit of 510. 510, a little bit of 510, 510, 510. It's a Ray Scott hat. 510, a little bit of 510, 510, a little bit of 510. You get about 510, 500 here now, 510, 510 all done. 510, 510, 510. Sold it, $500 right here, Chad. Thank you so much.
If you don't mind, I'd like to leave them there for the thing.
I'll hold it for you, Chad. My truck's right out there. I'm joking.
I'd like to leave them there in tribute for Ray until we can, yeah.
All right, let's start with the vest. All right, what do you give here now? $100, but 100. Yeah, I'm at 100, but 100. I got 100 on me. Now 100 and a quarter, but 100 and a quarter. 100 quarter, but 100 and a quarter. 100 quarter, but 100 and a quarter. What do you give 100 and a quarter, but 100 and a quarter? 100 quarter, but 100 and a quarter. 100 quarter now, 100 and a half, half, but 150. 150, 150, but 150. 150, but 150. 150, but 150. How about 130? Let y'all in really light. 130, but 130. 130, now 140, but 140 right there. 140, 150 right next to him. 150, but 150. $160, but 160. What do you give 160? 170 next to him. 178, about 170. What do you give him 70? 180. I got 200, now 210. 210, now 220. A little bit of 220. 220, you're out on this side. 220, you're already in. 300, now 3 and a quarter. 310, 310, 310, 310, now 320. 320 next to him. Y'all gonna fight at the table. 320, 320, 320, a little bit of 320. 320, now 330, you get over 330. You can say 500? Okay. 350, 350, now 360. You better watch it. Throw that 5 up, I'll get it. 360, a little bit of 360, 360, a little bit of 360 on this side. 360, a little bit of 360, 360. Are you gonna be a quitter? Don't be a quitter. 360, you already in at 360, or 50, now 360, 360, a little bit of 360, 360, now 370, 370, get about 370, now 380, a little bit of 380, get about 380, a little bit of 380, 380 next to you, 380, a little bit of 380, 380, now 4, a little bit of 400, 400, get them on 400, 400, now 410, a little bit of 410. What do you get 410, 410, a little bit of 410, 410, now 420, you get about 420, what do you get 420, 420, a little bit of 420, 420, get them on 420, 420, you're out on this side, 420, a little bit of 420, 420, a little bit of 420, one time, 420, a little bit of 420, 420, all done, all done, all done. Anybody else? Sold it, $410 right there. Wally Marshall, thank you, sir. Last item, and I know many of y'all seen this jacket. All right.
$500.
You got 500 on you? I got 5 right here, 5, now 510, a little bit of 510, what do you get $510, a little bit of 510. 600, now 650, 650, actually 6 and a quarter, let's show you like 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, a little bit of 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, a little bit of 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, a little bit of 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, a little bit of 6 and a quarter, what do you get 6 and a quarter? Give it about at 6 and a quarter, quarter, a bit of 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, a bit of 6 and a quarter, 610, let y'all in like 610, a little bit of 610, 610, 610, last chance, 610, a little bit of 610. I got 600 here, now 610, $610, a bit of 610, you get about 610, what do you give 610, 610, 610, all done, all done. 610, now 620, 620, a little bit of 620, give it away at 620, a little bit of 620, 620, 620, now 630, you're both out, 630, a little bit of 630, 630, $1,000 bill, 1,000, now 1,020, 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a quarter, you're both out on the sides, 1,000 and a quarter, quarter over 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a quarter, quarter over 1,000 and a quarter, over 1,000 and a quarter, what do you give 1,000 and a quarter, over 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a quarter, over 1,000 and a quarter, you had about 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a quarter, all done, 1,000 and a quarter, last chance, 1,000 and a quarter, hands high, 1,000 and a quarter, now 1,000 and a half, half, a little bit of 1,050, give it about 1,050, a little bit of 1,050, 1,050, 1,500, now 15 and a quarter, 15 quarter, what about 15 and a quarter, 15 quarter, there's not another one on the planet like it, 15 and a quarter, quarter, but 15 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, but 15 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, but 15 and a quarter, anybody else 15 and a quarter, 1,500 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, but 15 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, 15 and a quarter, all done, all done, all done, last call, sold it, $1,500 right here, Mr. Chad, thank you so much.
All right, guys, we've got one more thing to do with the Wilson family. Folks, this is a pencil drawing by Mr. Ralph McDonald. Not many people have ever seen a Ralph McDonald pencil drawing, but he drew this for me in 2011. I appreciate Ray Scott so much. He was a mentor to many of us, and especially to me. I could call him up day or night and ask him about the Legends Outdoor stuff and what I was doing, and he would spend an hour on the phone with me. This is to the Ray Scott family, to go to Miss Scott in honor of her husband, a pencil drawing by Mr. Ralph McDonald. Thank everyone that bid, and especially to the ones that won the bid. Now we've got a song by Mrs. Lisa Snuggs. You have it, Lorelei? Bear with us just a second. This is in honor of all of those that have passed on before us, that are Hall of Fame members. Won't go? Okay. Sorry about that. All right. I'm going to move forward with the program. I've known this gentleman for many, many years. It's our guest speaker today. And I'm going to tell you what I truly believe. When you drive by Tractor Supply or Walmart's or maybe even Bass Pro Shops, and you see tons of kayaks out in the parking lot, all chained up in a row, all many, many different colors. And they're out there on every Walmart's, every Tractor Supply that's anywhere close to water. And you see those. This man right here, in my opinion, is responsible for that. He single-handedly brought the sport of kayak fishing to the American hunter and outdoorsman. Oh yeah, there was a lot of folks that had kayaks and a lot of folks that had canoes, but this man right here made kayak fishing look fun on his TV show and on the tournaments that he hosts with the KBF. Please give a warm round of welcome applause to our guest speaker, Mr. Chad Hoover.
Thank you, Gary. Give that guy a round of applause right there for making this all happen. I don't know why I got invited back. Last year, Gary told me I had 10 minutes, and I went 30. So this year, he said I had an hour, so I'm going to try to get it around 45 minutes, if y'all bear with me. So again, this is the 20th annual time that this thing has happened, and I actually did write notes this time. I usually wing it, but I wrote down what I wanted to talk about, because this is not just a guest speaker thing. It's a little bit of a call to action for the people that are in this room and for whoever this goes to live streaming or whatever social media platforms this gets posted on. Now, Gary did take about 10 minutes of my speech by talking about Ray Scott, because Ray Scott was a mentor of mine. He actually called me one time and said, "Hey, Chad, this is Ray Scott." And I was like, I was in the Navy for 20 years. I thought it was a buddy messing with me, so I hung up on him. And then Jim called me back and was like, "You just hung up on Ray Scott?" And I was like, "Oh, for real?" So then that's a whole nother story, and we'd be here for an hour and a half if I told you that story. But he invited me down to Pentlala, which I had to look up on an atlas. That's before Google Maps. And I drove down there, and he made like literally 2 hours out of his day, and I knew he was one of the busiest men in the world, and he took his hat off and set it on the desk, which means you've got my undivided attention, held the calls and said, "Look, there's somebody that needs to pay this thing forward, and you're doing that little thing with the kayaks, and I think that's the future." And that was before they were in front of Tractor Supply and all of that good stuff. And so when we lost Ray this year, that was the focus of my speech, was talking about trailblazers and talking about people that changed the sport and all that good stuff. But really, no single person can do it. I didn't get those kayaks in front of Tractor Supply by myself. There was a whole cast of people that helped make that happen. There's just somebody that gets credit for it. But we have to have a call to action to keep that stuff from going away. We have to have an upswelling of support for getting into the outdoors. And I'm not talking about getting in the outdoors so you can get a selfie and post it on your Instagram and act like you do stuff in the outdoors, but genuine people who get out there and do it. That's why that Trailblazer Award is such a big deal. So guys, look, I'm gonna read so I don't ramble, and you will appreciate that at the end, I promise you. So here we go. It's an unbelievable honor to be invited here, because last year I got inducted into this Hall of Fame, and like Cuz said, I was like, what? I didn't feel worthy. Still don't, but I got that buckle on my desk so that every time I sit down to do work, I look at that buckle so that I can force myself to live up to it. So Gary, I appreciate it, and the rest of the people that saw, a little bit of whatever faith in me to give me that honor. Now I look at it as a bar I have to live up to, not something that I've already earned. And so that's what I want you guys to think about as you go out there and you influence young people, because they're watching. They're watching everything we do. So this year, Gary had, struggles that he got through with the whole COVID thing, and missed it for a year, and then bounced back even stronger. And so again, I want you guys to give that guy one more round of applause, because us coming together for these banquets is important, but coming together when we're not at banquets is even more important. If you're a Christian, it's more important to back each other up Monday through Saturday than it is to just back each other up on Sunday. So we have to start backing each other up and lifting each other up, because if we don't, there's a whole lot of people that are trying to tear us down. So I'm going to talk to you about seeking comfort and being comfortable. See, comfortable is what we're overexposed to right now. Everybody posts pictures of themselves lounging, living their best life, hashtag, and that is what we are stimulating the next generation to do. You can't be unhappy and you can't be uncomfortable. That's the new norm. You have to be constantly happy and smiling or comfortable. And nobody in this room that's up there on the side that Gary's mentioned, that awards are named after, spent their life being comfortable. If you ever watch Bone Collector, Michael Waddell doesn't stay comfortable. You understand what I'm saying? Boyd Duckett isn't comfortable when he launches a whole new way of bass fishing and gets berated on social media because everybody that thought what was normal said it shouldn't be that way. No trailblazer and no person that has legitimately changed the game stayed in their comfort zone. So I want to challenge you folks to get uncomfortable. And I'm going to challenge the older folks first. We don't want to get on social media. I've even heard it here at this banquet. Last night at the reception, I don't do that social thing. Well, listen, I stood getting ready to go up and do a speech one time, and I heard an older guy say, yeah, we got to get these kids off the Facebook and get their face back in a book. And the problem with that is that you're doing this. Hey, you're trying to get their attention. You're trying to get them to look away from what they're already looking at. And that doubles how hard it is to accomplish it. We can't get their face out of Facebook, which now they've moved on to Instagram and TikTok and this and whatever. But instead of trying to get them to look at where we want them to look, we got to get where they're looking. If you got gray hair and a gray beard or no hair and a gray beard, you've got to get uncomfortable and force yourself to get where they're looking. Launch an Instagram account, launch a TikTok page, create a YouTube channel. That's where they're looking. And that's where we're going to inspire them to get off their butt and get out there and do it. When I was a teenager, you heard the old people say, we got to get these kids off the video games. They ain't going to never have a future. There's guys flying drones right now that play video games that make more money than anybody in this room. So there is a future in that. What we are up against now is people being perfectly content doing nothing. They'll sit there on their phone and scroll through, living vicariously through other people doing things. And if we don't get in there and compete with what they're seeing, they're not going to want to do what we do. And if you're not out there in the woods and on the water caring about it, there's not going to be anybody to fight for it. So I'm going to challenge all of the older folks, get a little bit uncomfortable. Just as uncomfortable as you are hiking up a hill trying to chase a turkey that's gobbling on the other side, force yourself to learn the algorithm. Force yourself to learn how social media works. Force yourself to get where they're looking, because if we don't stimulate this next generation, there won't be any legends to honor. There won't be anybody to pick up this, bag and carry it. And I'm going to tell you guys, we have to force ourselves to be uncomfortable. There's a phrase, comfort and peace. So in the 14th century, the definition of comfort is what the definition of peace is now, and interchangeably. And they're not the same thing. Peace is what comes when there's tranquility and quiet and all of those things, but you're not truly in a place of peace unless you've made yourself uncomfortable and earned it. Your couch don't feel as good as it does if you don't get out there and go on a long walk. Your bed doesn't feel as comfortable if you don't get out there and sleep on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like, you literally have to put yourself in a place of being uncomfortable to truly appreciate the rewards that come from accomplishing things. We're scared to fall anymore, so we don't get up. We're scared to fail, so we don't try. We are literally driving this country towards a fear of trying. A lot of us failed at a whole bunch of things before we came whatever it is we are now. I finally realized the only thing I'm good at is catching fish and killing stuff. I tried a whole bunch of other stuff. I even did 20 years in the Navy. And if I didn't change jobs every 3 years, I probably wouldn't have made it. But luckily, I outran them, figuring out I didn't really know what I was doing. So I'm challenging you guys to make yourself uncomfortable. George Jones did a song called Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? And in that song, he listed off a whole bunch of country legends. And ironically enough, there was 21 people he listed in that song, and only one of them's left. Willie Nelson. And who would have figured he'd be the last one standing, right? So as I was getting ready this morning, I was planning on just reading off of this whole thing. I wrote my notes, and they say that planning can be useless. It's a waste of time to plan, right? Because the plan goes out the window when it comes time to actually do the mission. And Eisenhower addressed a bunch of generals one time, and he said, listen, one of the generals flipped the plan onto the desk and said, I find this plan to be utterly useless. Eisenhower got a big smile on his face because he was actually one of the last presidents that was actually a general. He said, generals, I often find the plan to be useless, but I find the planning to be indispensable. Because if you know the plan and the planning and the process, when the stuff hits the fan, you know all the variables, so you can adapt and you can adjust and you can freaking overcome. So we need to plan to strategically affect these algorithms, to not create our own truth social, but because we're tired of arguing on the other one and we become an echo chamber, but meet them where the argument is. The reason that we lose and we're losing is because we let them set the stage for the discussion. And when we let them set the stage for the discussion, we've already lost. So we need to be out there representing who we are, stimulating more people to be like us, and firing up that next generation, because I want to know who's going to fill their shoes, who's going to fill Ray Scott's shoes, who's going to fill Forrest Wood's shoes, who's going to fill Gary Mason's shoes when he's gone, if we don't start now. And the way to do that is to get out there where they're looking and get them engaged and make what they want to do what we do. So when I started my show, I didn't want to be aspirational. Here's what aspirational means. Man, it sure would be nice to do that. If I watch a show where somebody's like, sail fishing in Guatemala, I don't really think I'm ever going to be able to do that. But if I see a fat redneck in a kayak in Dothan, Alabama, in a creek, I'm like, you know what? I could probably do that. So my goal was not to be aspirational and create something that looked unattainable. My goal was to create something that was inspirational, that people said, man, I could do that. Like Gary said, I've had a big impact on getting these kayaks out there, and I regularly have these gas station encounters, especially in Alabama, where I pull up to the gas station and people look at me and say, you fish out of that thing? And I'm like, I look back at my truck, which actually says kayak bass fishing down it, 9 foot long. And it says it down the side of the kayak too. And inevitably I say, yeah. And then they go, you fish out of that? Yeah, I fish out of it. And then the next follow-up question, especially in Alabama, is, what you fish for? I'm like, it's kayak bass fishing. So anyway, we've got to get out there and inspire these folks to want to do it. We've got to get out there and make them want to do it because they see in us themselves, right? I got inspired to do this because I saw Harold Knight with a country accent on TV making a living shooting turkeys. I saw Zell Rowland catch a bass on a topwater, and they sounded like me, and they looked like my uncle and my papa, and I went, dang, you can make a living doing that? Now, I had to go to the Navy and do a 20-year internship to figure out how to do it, and I ultimately lucked into the whole kayak fishing thing, which, by the way, was nothing but a plastic pirogue. I'm from Louisiana. I grew up in pirogues, and when the kayak things come out, the light bulb went off, and I just started pushing it as hard as I could push it, because I don't know how to do anything halfway. It's just who I am. And, listen, I've been super blessed by people getting behind me and pushing for whatever reason. Usually because they think I don't know where I'm going, or they're leading me somewhere because they think I'm lost, but it works. And Gary is one of those people that has put a lot of people in that position. There's guys like Chris Dorsey that make me tired, right? He is an entrepreneur. He's a storyteller. He's a visionary. There's guys like Michael Waddell that make me tired. If you look at all the things that Michael Waddell has going, he's engaging on all of those fronts. He's hitting the social thing hard. He actually made hunting camp and the behind the scenes and the lifestyle part of fishing and hunting and being country. And you're not just country exclusive to the South. I actually used to think that until I started traveling around the country. And then I realized that Maine and Michigan and Illinois got just as many rednecks and country people and all that good stuff. So Michael Waddell is literally one of the people that inspired me to do what I do. I said, you know what? I want to tell the story of everything except the hook set, the hero shot, and the kill shot, and the posing with the animal. Tell the whole story of the lifestyle that makes people want to do it. But there's still a disconnect from him back to where we're losing the storytellers. I was blessed to sit in a ground blind with Mike Malone and film a duck hunting thing, and I just looked over at him in awe, right, before he passed. But there's guys like that that are behind the scenes that are passionate about telling the story and sharing and inspiring people to keep doing this. So I want to encourage you guys to pick it up and get out front of it. Get where they're looking, and by they, I mean the next generation, because if we don't, we're going to lose it, and we're going to lose it, and it's going to happen right in front of us. And so I kind of abandoned my whole protocol here. I had a whole bunch of fancy stuff. I even had jokes written in where I was supposed to say them, Like, I'm gonna share one of them with you because I think it's good, like hiking, and I had a little joke that said hiking is basically just walking in the woods without anywhere to go, because most of us go hiking, but we're headed to a deer stand or to a creek or to a trail. But we don't identify with the people that hike, who call it hiking, because we consider it heading somewhere. But there is an opportunity to reach across that line and inspire people who do that to do what we do. Most of it's ignorance. Most of it's a lack of understanding. Most of it is not understanding the passion part of it. Everybody that responds viscerally to a hunting post and a hunting picture does it because they don't understand. They just see a dead animal and think, why do you got to kill that thing when you can go to the grocery store? Which is by far the stupidest comment that ever shows up, but I get it. It's just like the people who post up when I post a picture of a kayak with a bunch of stuff on. Man, why don't you just buy a boat? Because anyway. So again, we've got to get out there and we have to encourage this next generation. So I need everybody in this room to take a pledge. We need to conspire to inspire. I'm going to say that one more time. If you don't remember anything else, I want you to remember this. We need to conspire to inspire. We have to trick the algorithm into serving our message up. When one of us posts on social media, there should be 1,500 follow-up posts from every other person in here. And we don't do that because we're uncomfortable as men posting on another man's page going, man, you look good in that camo, you know? Just come up with something more clever, you know what I'm saying? Nice boots, fist pound, fire, 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 you know what I'm saying? It's easy now, you don't even gotta think. Just scroll through the comments and whatever the other people do, just do something like that. Now, don't try what I did early on, which is to mix the emojis, because that's a slippery slope. Don't put like a fire and a fist pound and a strong arm. That means something else entirely. So immerse yourself in the culture of social media. We're not going to get them to take their heads out of the phones. We're not going to get them to stop doing it. We are a social people. We belong together. We are a tribe. So let's lift each other up. Let's raise each other up. Let's support each other. And let's make hunting and fishing as cool as it can possibly be so we inspire the next generation to want to do it. And again, I want everybody here, if you don't have it in your profile, if you don't have a profile, make one or update it. You go to Michael Waddell's profile and it says, Hunter, proud of it. He constantly talks about being proud of it, being, committed to the lifestyle. And that's the message we all need to do a lot better job of. I see people all the time go, yeah, I don't really want to post a hunting picture because it hurts my following. I lose 3 followers. Well, you didn't need them. So, Gary, I'm done. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Chad. I knew he would do a good job, and I told him he better do a good job or I was going to go get his kayak. I had a couple of things that I meant to do, and I apologize to everyone here because I'm going to tell you something. I kind of got shook up over the Ray Scott thing. The Ray Scott family, Wilson, all of you guys just don't know what y'all done. But I thank you for Miss Scott. So thank y'all so very much. I totally forgot to play the national anthem, and I apologize. Colton, would you come in and do that, please? I'll give Colton Baker a big round of applause. If everybody would you stand?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You can be seated now. We're going to start with the awards presentation of our banquet. And we've been talking about Ray Scott, but as with all of us, Ray would have not been who Ray was had he not had someone pushing him and making sure he was where he was supposed to be and doing the things that he was supposed to do. And in many cases, this next gentleman was that man. How anybody can manage a magazine and a membership the size that Bassmasters became before he retired from being the editor and general manager of Bassmasters magazine, I have no idea. This man is larger than life, and that's Mr. Bob Cobb. Mr. Cobb, would you come up? Bob, the Legends of the Outdoors proudly presents you with the 2022 Ray Scott American Trailblazer Award in honor for your commitment to the outdoors industry and for blazing trails for the rest to follow. Legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame.
I tell you all this, Gary. It's been like a dream you never want to wake up from. As a legend of the outdoors, you've all lived it too. A dream, yes, but Ray had so many dreams inside him. Ray was born a dreamer. Just like the song by Mickey Gilley, the Bass Boss was born a dreamer. The echoes of the words in the song fill my mind. Don't let me dream alone. We can make a dream together that will last forever, that will last forever. Few men have discovered a new world or blazed a path across the country or built a new industry for that matter. But like Columbus or Lewis and Clark blazing the trail across the West or Microsoft's Bill Gates' genius, Ray Scott achieved the improbable. He turned the sport fishing world upside down. From a lowly cork and bobber pastime, bass fishing has merged over the past 50 years into a mega-dollar industry with a huge following of fans and cash-for-cash professional anglers and heroes. As Errol Bentz, the designer of the Triton and the Camus high-performance boat, said it, Ray built a one-of-a-kind sandbox, and we all came to play in it. In early spring of 1967, Ray experienced what became known as a brainstorm in a rainstorm. He was chased off to a lake by a heavy thunderstorm and was hunkered down in a motel in Jackson, Mississippi. On the TV screen, on a black and white TV screen, was an NBA basketball game. And Ray grumbled to himself. He said, why don't they have any bass fishing on there? We got more bass fishermen than we got grown men running around in shorts. There was a copy of an Outdoor Life magazine on the bedside table in the motel. Ray flipped it open to an article by Charles Elliott about a new fishing gem of the Ozarks. Beaver Lake in northwest Arkansas was designed to become a jewel in the bass angler's crown. A voice came to Ray Scott saying, go to Beaver Lake. Bass fishermen will follow. Ray Scott had a vision to promote bass fishing as a sports competition to hold a bass tournament. This had to be a dream. There were no tournament rules, no pros like in PGA golf, no sponsors, and really an uninterested press and a fishing tackle manufacturing industry viewed fishing as a contemplative recreation, not a competition. True as Christopher Columbus' voyage, these were truly uncharted waters. Mistake along the way and Ray Scott's dream would sink, but he charged ahead, hoping the Springdale, Arkansas Chamber of Commerce would come on board as a sponsor. Well, the Chamber Board did listened with interest and vigor at the prospects of a national press coverage to promote Beaver Lake, but balked at the point when Ray asked for a $10,000 fee to pull off the All-American Invitational. The tournament was planned for June the 4th to 6th, 1967. The Chamber did offer him a backroom office for headquarters, and it was rent-free. Ray Scott's dream might have faded away right then, but an angel appeared. A Dr. Stanley Applegate was hooked by Ray's idea, had interest in a marina on Beaver. He handed Ray a check for $2,500 with a deal. If you succeed, you can pay me back, but if you fail, don't tell my wife. That's a true story. As a trained insurance agent, Ray understood how to prospect to get new clients. He invested Dr. Applegate's check in a Mall Bell watch line and started dialing for fishermen. The phone rang in the Lunker Lodge at Lake Seminole, Georgia, and a deep southern voice drawled and answered, "You should have been here yesterday. They were tearing it up. Jack Wingate here. How can I help you?" Well, Ray explained that this is Ray Scott of the All-American Invitational Bass Tournament. I'm looking for names of serious bass anglers to compete in the tournament. This is a big money tournament with official rules and no monkey business. Wingate took the bait and wanted to hear more about the idea of a bass fishing competition. He said, "Let me get my logbook. There's a couple of fellows here from Kentucky and Tennessee that's good ones. They might be interested." Well, Ray did scratch out a few entries, mail entries, but was shy of the 100 fishermen that he had promised the chamber that he'd cook up. Ray hoped to drum up interest with a noon press conference and a luncheon at the Holiday Inn and send invitations to area press. Well, the letter to the Tulsa Tribune outdoor editor dropped on my desk. The headline, "Rich Bass Tournament Set for Beaver Lake," did catch my attention. The press announcement was scheduled for noon the next day, which was after the Trib's deadline. I dang sure didn't want to read about it the next morning in the Tulsa World. So getting Ray on the telephone was a scramble, but we connected. But he started to hedge about an early break on the story, but to leak a few details that I could, after explaining my need to beat the morning paper, he breathed a deep sigh of release and said, "But you've got to come to the press conference anyway." Well, sports editors of the day seldom reported on fishing. As a rule, if you couldn't hit it, kick it, or dunk it, don't cover it. The chamber folks, marina managers, and a handful of area press like John Flemings of the Arkansas Gazette, Floyd Scrollins of the Beaver Lake News, and Smokey Dacus, a local radio personality, filled the seats. As Ray joked, they listened politely, ate my roast beef, belched, asked a few follow-up questions, and left. Well, he glanced to the back of the room, as the story goes. The guy was seated with his coffee cup in his reel hand and taking notes on a Big Chief tablet. A couple of moments later, we shook hands. 2 hours later, we were still huddled there. My notepad was filled with Ray Scott's dream of bass fishing's future. Truly, Ray was born to be a dreamer. As the song plays on, we can make a dream together that will last forever. That will last forever. It was a leap of fate, the Cobb family and my devoted wife, Barbara, my 2 young children, Leslie, my daughter, and Brett,
We followed that dream to Alabama in December 1969. Ray was struggling to publish a magazine devoted to a single fish, the black bass. Crude, handwritten articles by fishermen, not outdoor writers, made the Bassmaster magazine unique, to say the least. A sentence might ramble a yard long, but the hard-learned tips and how-to techniques were pure gold. As the magazine's editor, my job was to polish the writer's thoughts, to add a few commas, to put in a period here and there, and break it up into paragraphs. But there were no glossy, glowing adjectives and glorious sunrises like you were getting in the Big Three magazine printed in New York City. No, sir. In time, Bassmaster magazine became known as the Bible of bass fishing, with the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, the catalyst. It was how the pros caught bass. Their secret ways were revealed. The weigh-ins were like a huge funnel. What dripped out was honest how to catch bass in the pages of Bassmaster. Ray's dream to organize bass fishermen into a united front to give bass fishing a voice was met with head shakes and chuckles in many corners. His First Baptist Church prayer group urged that Ray would abandon that crazy dream and get a real job to support his family. Ray's support did come in the form of $10 checks for membership in Bass. The organization of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, founded in 1968. From the pioneer group of 106 anglers that entered the All-American Invitation of Beaver, the worldwide membership reached 650,000 members at the high water mark. Members can wear their bass patch with pride. Ray Scott blazed a trail that few imagined. Polluters were singled out for dumping industrial waste into public fishing waters. Bass anglers answered Scott's rally cry to peg a polluter. In Alabama, Bass sued 284 companies for dumping illegally. The Bassmasters Classic Championship has emerged as a Super Bowl of bass fishing and the hallmark stamped on Ray Scott's vision. Winning the Classic is ever Bassmaster's dream come true. The dream and Bass Angler Sportsman Society Bass are the lasting legacies that the Bass boss leaves behind. It is forever, Ray. Rest in peace, partner. As a footnote, I would always believe dreams do come true. The Ray Scott Trailblazer Award marks the way. To me, this symbolizes Ray. Lead, follower, get the hell out of the way. Thank you, Gary, for the honor and to be the Legends Outdoors family. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was my friend. This means. Thank you all.
Whew, and y'all got to follow that. Wow, Bob Cobb, thank you. Thank you for the years that you give us. And thanks to Ray. Whew. This is what this is all about, folks. I know sometimes some of us can get a little long-winded, myself included. Where are you ever going to go and ever hear that again? You're not. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Our next award is named after someone that was a very close personal friend of mine, a Legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame member. Matter of fact, he was inducted into the second Legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame banquet in 2003. After he passed, we come up with an award honoring Wade Bourne. This gentleman that's about to receive this has single-handedly been one of the 3 guys on this planet that I know that has kept crappie fishing in the forefront of America's anglers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend, Mr. Tim Huffman.
I appreciate Gary, not only for this organization, but this is truly a great honor. And there's several people I want to thank, and first is my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He allowed me and made paths for me to be able to sit on a lake and watch beautiful sunrises, pull a few crappie out of the lake when I was lucky. If I was with the right guide or whatever who could show me how to fish, I did pretty good. Next, my awesome wife, just she helps me, supports me 100%. She reads my articles and laughs, and why in the world did you say that? And there's red ink all over it. So she helps me put in better copies, drives me all over the country while I'm sitting in the passenger seat, pounding on the computer. I thank my family for being here today. Many of my outdoor rider buddies are here supporting me, and I appreciate y'all. 2 people that's in the Hall of Fame I want to thank. One's Daryl Van Bacter, Crappie USA. He called me up and asked me if I'd start a magazine for them and be the editor, and drug me all over the country, and I appreciate that. And then Hall of Fame member Paul Alpers, Crappie Master, Bass Pro Shop Crappie Masters. He called, said, we need to start a magazine. I don't want to do that again. And he said, yeah, you got to do it. So 15 years later, I was still working for them and covering the tournaments, and I appreciate it. I've written for 33 years, and along with making a little bit of money, there's 2 reasons I do it. One is to help people catch fish. That's my whole purpose when I write a story, is to help someone catch fish. And the other is all the friends and family I've made all over the country. It's just the outdoor people are just awesome people, and that's why I'm still doing it today. Thank you, Gary, very much for the honor.
Thank you, Tim. These next 2 gentlemen that I'm going to introduce don't need an introduction. Everyone knows who they are. They're all over the planet. They're also one of our Hall of Fame's biggest supporters. But I can't think of anybody that deserves the Bill Huntley American Outdoor Leadership Award than Mark and Terry Drury. Mark, Terry, would you please come up and receive your award? And it just so happens I got BB guns for both of you. Don't put an eye out, okay?
Thank you, Gary. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to say a few words again.
Chad, I did prepare something so I don't ramble, just in case. Not gonna be able to read it.
I actually forgot my glasses.
First and foremost, good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Gary Mason and his entire staff for organizing, coordinating, and executing this function each and every year. They do an amazing job. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Terry.
I'd also like to thank Johnny Morris and Jenny for making such a wonderful facility available. We're all blessed by Johnny's generosity in so many ways and on so many levels. I'd like to welcome all the past inductees, so many familiar faces. It's wonderful to catch up with each and every one of them, Harold being one of them. And also, I want to welcome the newest inductees, the class of 2022. All of these inductees are extremely deserving of this recognition. Welcome. We welcome you with open arms. Michael, we weren't going to miss this one. Let me start by saying we are honored and humbled to receive such an award. Over 30 plus years ago, the very last thing that we had on our minds was an accolade or an award. All we cared about was trying to capture a deer or a turkey on camera and then share it with the rest of the hunting community and everyday outdoorsmen. But none of this happens without the unending support of our lovely wives and families, along with fantastic partners like Mossy Oak Brand Camo, Cuz, Toxie, Mr. Bill Suggs. They've all stood by us through thick and thin, and we cannot thank them enough. We wouldn't be here without our partners. With that said, we've always made the quarry that we seek the superstar. We wanted to share in all of our misfortunes and successes in order for someone else to learn and perhaps make them a better hunter, optimizing their time of field. In today's fast-paced world of digital media, it's easy to get stuck in the mud, if you will, of grandstanding and showboating, but that's not who we are or what we were about. We were brought up in the most loving household with 2 phenomenal parents and 3 other siblings. Working hard and staying well-grounded was the only option. There were no others. For those traits, we're forever grateful. They were instilled in us from early on. Our pop was a general contractor, big boss man. If you looked up the definition of big boss man, his picture is there with his hard hat on and size 17 finger pointing at you. He had a couple of sayings that I use regularly, and he must have known Ray Scott. The first one was either lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. And the other one was do something even if it's wrong. And that was him. There were no days where you were standing around being idle. You were always busy, always working. Maybe these aren't exactly what Mr. Bill Huntley was thinking, or if they define the American Outdoor Leadership Award, but it was undeniably the very influence and reason we're where we are today. Loving parents with a very firm upbringing. Once again, we're humbled, honored, and blessed beyond belief. Thank you to all for bestowing such a prestigious award. We will do our very level best to carry it forward with dignity. Thank you, and may God bless. With that, I'm going to flip it over to Brother Mark.
Thank you very much, Brother Terry, and thank you to the legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame. We appreciate you, Gary. A big congrats to all of today's award recipients. Enjoy the day. You have earned it. We are very honored to stand before you today in receipt of the Bill Huntley American Leadership Award. I must tell you, as Terry stated a few moments ago, that our father, Ralph Drury, was indeed a leader. He was an imposing figure. He stood 6'2", weighed about 280 pounds. His bellowing voice could be heard across the construction job site at all times. He was a lead man for Bloomsdale Excavating, the construction company that me and Terry and I both grew up working for. When Dad barked, everybody jumped. Terry mentioned one of his favorite sayings, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. Terry and I always chose the latter. We stayed the hell out of Ralph's way. We sat back and admired him, his leadership skills, not necessarily on the job site. In fact, he was a different man at home. He led by example, examples of kindness, incredible generosity, and decisive supervision within our family. All the while, neither of us claim to be leaders. We do claim to be the luckiest 2 guys alive. We were fortunate when we set out on this path some 33 years ago to have incredible people around us. Anytime you are recognized for the work that you do, you must first recognize those who allow you to do that work. There are so many people that allow us the pleasure of doing something that we truly love. We would like to thank our beautiful wives, Willa and Tracy. We would like to thank our children, Matt and Taylor, who are doing unbelievable work for our brand, our company, and the industry as we pass the baton on to the next generation. Drury Outdoors would not be where it is without their insights and leadership. We also thank the employees of our company, the entire Drury Outdoors team, a collective group of over 80 people who are, in our biased opinion, the most talented within the outdoor space. But most importantly, we thank our viewers. It is they who have taught us so much about leadership. Hunters are the greatest people on earth, in our opinion. Prove me wrong. Just look around this group. It's filled with incredible leaders. Terry and I also have many outdoor people that have shown us great examples of leadership through the years. Toxie Hayes, Cuz Strickland, Rob Keck, Johnny Morris, Harold and David. We were so lucky to have so many incredible examples to go by. But we look outward daily to our fellow hunters at their leadership skills. We've had the pleasure of meeting and seeing many of them over the past 3 decades. We have witnessed their incredible leadership, whether it be in their church, their children's schools, their own family, or efforts in conservation. They lead each and every day. We are honored to accept this award on behalf of everyone at Drury Outdoors, and we are more honored to accept this on behalf of the many sporting enthusiasts across our beautiful country who call its woods and waters their happy place, much like we do. Without their leadership, their passion, their love for the outdoors, Drury Outdoors just simply doesn't exist. It truly is about them and the resource, not us. We love what we do, but we love who we do it for even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Terry. Some folks in the audience might think that I skipped somebody when they look at the list, but as I told my assistant Lorelei, I don't always go by the list. And she don't hold that against me, but just every once in a while. Before I introduce this next man, I want to introduce my family, who without, I couldn't put this on. My wife, Cindy, my sons, Michael and Tyler, my daughter, Leslie, and all their children and their wives. Would y'all please stand up for a second, those of you that are in the room? Thank you so very much for allowing me to honor them. This next man, I'd never met till he got up here, but I had heard a lot about him. You know, we think of a conservationist, we think of somebody that goes out and saves something, or maybe digs a pond and puts frogs in it, or tadpoles, or somebody that plants trees. You know, when I think of a conservationist, I think of an old story about Johnny Appleseed that we read when we was in high school or grade school, about Johnny going along and everywhere he went and planting apples. And there was really a Johnny Appleseed that did that. But this gentleman took a bird that he loved to hunt and helped to restore that in his great state of Mississippi. Now we might think, well, okay, somebody did that on their own property. No, not this gentleman. He's got a big enough piece of property that those birds bled over into other properties. And now there's wild quail for people to hunt because of Mr. Jimmy Bryan's efforts in conservation. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes up to the stage and receives his award as the American Conservationist of the Year. Mr. Jimmy.
Thank you, Gary. I never met Gary until last night. And I actually didn't know, I told people yesterday, I said, I don't know why I'm here, where I'm going, or what I'm doing. And I felt as lost as I've ever been. But Tack Robinson over here told me I had to be up here for an award. I said, well, what is it? He said, well, it's a surprise. I said, well, I've got no invitation to come. Nobody's told me anything about it. He said, well, just be there. So here I am. And I want to tell you how much I appreciate the award, and I appreciate, I'm humbled by the recognition we're getting. And I don't have a prepared speech, and I probably would fumble it anyway, but I'm truly dedicated in bringing back wild quail to what was one of the best quail hunting areas in the United States. And with the help of Mississippi State, our dedicated staff, with the help of quail feather, we're slowly making progress. We're seeing increases, and we're doing research on farms all over the state of Mississippi that want to do this. So I feel like we're going to be successful, and maybe you'll hear a little more about us in the future, and I'm delighted to be amongst this crowd of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jim.
I can't keep playing with this. Thank you.
And it just keeps getting better all along. The next gentleman I'm going to introduce was here last year, and the company that he helped create set the bass fishing world on its ears. As someone said a while ago, I think Chad was talking about Boyd Duckett and Major League Fishing. Boyd and some other guys, Gary Klein and some friends of his, come up with a concept in bass fishing where you catch those fish and turn them right back loose right there. Now, as a bass fisherman, I got to be honest with you, I love to eat bass. Still do every once in a while. If I catch one and I think it's not going to make it, I'm going to put him on the grill. But getting to turn that fish loose right back where you put him in the water, give him an opportunity to not get hauled all over the lake, up and down the lake, and not get beat against the sides of the live well like they do in the summertime. So we're all conservationists, every one of us, and we all hate to see anything reach its demise. But with that, the next award, the American Outdoorsman of the Year, Outdoor Organization of the Year, goes to Major League Fishing and Mr. Boyd Duckett. Boyd?
All right, well, I didn't know anything about this, so that's wonderful.
Kathy did.
So thank you. Yeah, I know. Obviously, as we do the things that we do and we love our sport and our space, you know, the opportunity to, you know, follow in Ray Scott's footsteps, I got to say that all of us that are in the tournament business, you know, that's the foundation, and the team that was built, you know, we're just kind of doing our part to keep the train moving and keep it going. So anything that we can do, we have a great conservation department, excuse me, that Gary, Steve Barden, Major League Fishing, conservation area, you know, that's something that we invest in and we believe in, because we've got to take care of our fisheries and our fish so that there's more for the future. So thank you very much for that recognition.
Thank you, Boyd. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage my co-host of our television show, Legends of the Outdoors TV. I hope you've all watched it. Miss Abby Jo. Some of you might know Abby Jo's granddaddy is Harold Knight's buddy, David Hale. Abby Jo. She's going to introduce our entertainer, and right before she starts playing, I'll ask a word of prayer for our food, and we'll eat.
Thank you, Gary. I'm honored today to have the pleasure of introducing one of my close friends, Olivia Fay. I met Olivia while studying at Murray State University, and we instantly connected as two small-town girls from western Kentucky who love to hunt, fish, and do literally anything outdoors. I quickly noticed that her inner beauty matched her outer beauty, which I didn't think could be possible. Olivia is well known for her incredible voice that has placed her in many prestigious positions. She regularly performs in Nashville and has opened for many big names, just to name a few: Travis Tritt, Alabama, Mark Chestnut, Phil Vassar, Paul Thorne, and Johnny Mack. She was just named as one of the best up-and-coming talented artists to watch on Nashville's Spotify playlist. She is also an American Idol Season 20 contestant. Please welcome me in introducing Miss Olivia Fay to the stage.
While Olivia's getting her guitar, I'm going to go ahead and ask for the blessing on the food. If everybody remove your hats. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord. We thank you for all this that's going on today and for each and every one that's here. We ask you now to use this food to nourish our bodies and do your will. Please protect our soldiers that can't be here with us. In your precious name, Jesus, we pray. Amen. I believe, Charles, is lunch ready? Okay. If y'all would like to, just start forming a line right out that door and get your plates. And when you come back, Miss Olivia is going to entertain us. So let the herd go that way. The silent auction will remain open until we induct our 4th Hall of Fame member, which will be Mr. Kelly Myers. God blessed us with you, buddy. Keep on doing it. Love you, man. Thank you, guys.
Woo.
That little boy right there don't touch your heart. You might want to check your pulse. You might not be here any longer. All right, we got a couple of things to do real quick. I'm going to get my auctioneer back up here, Mr. Bo Dodley. Y'all give Bo a big round of applause. We're going to go through these items pretty quick, so pay attention if you want to bid.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Can you turn me up just a little bit?
I'm holding in my hand the Bass Story Unplugged. Y'all heard it right here by Mr. Bob Cobb. This was written by Bob, but this is a very special edition because it is signed and autographed by Bob Cobb and one of the last ones that Mr. Ray Scott autographed. So here we go.
All right, put that thing in the money right there. What do you give here now? 25, a little bit of 25, a little bit of 25. 25 now, 30, a little bit of 30, a little bit of 30. 200 now, 210, 210, a little bit of 210, get over 210, 210, a little bit of 210, 210, a little bit of 210. Give it about at 210, 210, now 220, 220, 300 now, 310, 310, Michael, 310, a little bit of 310. Give it about at 310, get them on 310, a little bit of 310, 310 now, 320, get about 320. What do you give 320? 320 now, 330, get about 330, what do you give 330? 330, a little bit of 330, 330, a bit of 330, 330 now, 340, 340, 400 now, 410, 410, a little bit of 410, 410, a little bit of 410. So you can do the same thing, go 500, 410, a little bit of 410, now 420, 420, 500 now, 510, a little bit of 510. So he beat you to it, 510, a little bit of 510. 510, a little bit of 510. Get what I'm at 510, get on 510. $510, a little bit of 510. Michael 510. 510, now 520. Give what I'm at 520. Now 530, a little bit of 530. What do you get 530? Get about 530. 530, now 540. What do you get 540? 540, a little bit of 540. 540. 600, now 610. Give it about 610, 610, a little bit of 610. What do you give 610? Get about 610, a little bit of 610. $610, a little bit of 610. What do you give 610, 610, 610, 610? He's out. 610, a little bit of 610, 610. Hands high, what do you give 610? 610, a little bit of 610, 610, a little bit of 610. What do you give 610, 610, 610? All done, all done, all done. Sold at $600 right here.
Daryl Van Vactor, thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, Michael.
This year we have not one, but two hand-carved decoys from our official duck decoy carver for Legends Outdoors, Mr. Ron Cleveland. This is not a rosin. This is an actual hand-carved wooden duck decoy. It's signed on the bottom. Finished 3/7/22.
And numbered.
And numbered, number 567. But each one of these are hand done.
Pretty as a peach in a little red wagon. What do you give here now? $100, bill, but 100, about 100, but 100. $100, but 100, 100, but 100. I got 50 on me, 50 now, 60, a little bit of 60. 60, now 70, now 80, but 80. What do you give 80, but 80? 80, but 80, 80, but 80, 80, but 80. 80, now 90, 90, now 100, but 100. 100, but 100, 100. I'm sorry, I'm going to get you 100. I love it. $100, but 100, 100, but 100, 100, but 100. $100, but 100, 100, now 110, 10, 10, 110. Now 120, a little bit of 120. You're both out. 120, a little bit of 120. 120, 20, 120, 120, 120. Now 130 over here. What do you give 130? Get up on 130. 130, you're out over here. 130. Now 140. What do you give 140? Get about 140. 140 now 150, one and a half, half to 150. Give it about 150, a little bit of 150. Get about 150. What do you give 150? A little bit of 150. 150 now 160. Get about 160. We get 160. 160 now 170. Now 180. 180 over 180. 180 over 180. What do you give 180? 180 now 190. You're both out. 190. 200 now 210. 220. 220 over to 220. 220 over here. 220 over to 220. 220 over to 220. 220 over here. 220. 220. 220 now 30 over to 30. What do you give 30? 230 now 240. 240 now 250. 250 over to 250, 250 over to 250. I got 3 and 250, now 260. What do you give 260? You're both out. 60, now 70 over to 70. Give it about 270 over to 270, 270 over to 270. What do you give 270 over to 270, 270 over to 270? Now 280 back there, 280. Now 290 over to 290. What do you give 290 over to 290, 290 over to 290? Get them on 290 over to 290, 290 over to 290. What do you give 290? Now 300 over to 300. 300, I'm going to switch in a second. 300, 300. I got 400. Now 4 and a quarter. Let's pick it up. 4 and a quarter, quarter, but a 4 and a quarter. For hand car, 4 and a quarter, but a 4 and a quarter. And numbered, 4 and a quarter, but a 4 1/4. What do you give 4 1/4, a little bit of 4 1/4? 4 1/4, a little bit of 4 1/4, 4 1/4, a little bit of 4 1/4, 4 1/4, a little bit of 4 1/4. How about over here on the side? 4 1/4, quarter, bit of 4 1/4. You got about 4 1/4, 4 1/4, a little bit of 4 1/4, 4 1/4 over here, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, a little bit of 4 1/4, 4 1/4, all done, all done, all done. Sold it $400 right there, sitting with the.
Mike Hayes.
All right, gotcha.
For $425. Thank you, Mike.
Redhead.
This is number 562. It was carved in 2020 by Mr. Ron Cleveland. It is not signed, but I can get it signed by him if you need it. It's a working decoy. Redhead, hand carved.
All right, what do you give here now? 100, all but 100, you got about 100, about 100, 100, about 100, 100, 100, 100, now 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter, now 100 and a half, 100 and a half, half, about 100 and a half, get about 100 and a half. What do you give 100 and a half, a little bit 150, 150, 50, 50, about 150. What do you give 150, get about 150, 150, now 160 back there, 160 to about 160, 160 now 70 on 170. What do you give 170, you're out down here, 170 over 170. What do you give 170, now 180. You give it about 180, 180, now 190, 190 over 190. What do you give 190, a little bit 190, 190, now 200 over 200, 200 over 200, 200 now 210, 210 over 210. What do you give 210? $210 over to 210. Able to buy them at 210, 210, 210 over to 210, 210 over to 210, 210, now 220 back there, 220 over to 220, hands high now, 220 over to 220, 220 now 230, little bit of 230, get about 230, 230 over to 230, 230 over to 230, 230 you're out, 230 over to 230, 230 over to 230, 230 now 240, little bit of back, 240 back there in the back in green hat, 240 over to 240, 240, 240 now 2 and a half, half, little bit of 250, able to buy them at 250, little bit 250, now 260, 260 back there, 260, what do you give 260, 260 over to 260, he took the hat off. 260 over to 260, 260 over to 260, 260 over to 260, 260 hands high, 260 all done, 260, 260, now 270 over to 270. What do you give 270, 270 over to 270, 280 over to 280. What do you give 280, now 290 over to 290. What do you give 290, get them on 290 over to 290, 290 now 300 over to 300, 300 over to 300, 300 now 310. Able to buy at 310, 310 over to 310, 310 you're out down here, 310, 310, 310, 310 all done, 310. 310, now 320. You had to go up at 320, now 330 back here. 330 over to 330, 330 over to 330, 330 over to 330, 330 you're out again, 330 over to 330, 330, now 340 over to 340. What do you give 340 over to 340? You said no, 340 over to 340, 340 over to 340, 340, 340 all done, all done, all done. Sold it, 330 back there in the back, green hat.
Wally Marshall.
Thank you, Wally. Don't drop it, Gary.
Let's try not to. We have a certificate. Now, pay attention here because whoever gets this, you've got to be able to pass a federal firearms form, okay? It's going to have to be sent to your federal firearms license dealer, and if you don't pass, you don't get the gun, okay? You want your decoy?
I want to see my duck.
All right.
He wanted it in his hand. That's called tangible.
Do you get it autographed?
I can get it autographed for you, yeah.
Okay. Get it autographed and re-auction it off, and I'm paying that part and put it back in.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Wally Marshall.
Did y'all hear that? Mr. Wally's going to put it back in, get it autographed, and donate what he paid for it himself. So let's start it back off right now, guys. What do you give here now? $100, but 100, over 100, 100 over 100, anybody about 100? I got 100 right here now. 110, 10, 10 over 110, $110 about 110, get about 110, $110 about 110, 110. All you bidding on a while ago. 110, 110, now 120, now 130, 130 about 130, get about 130, now 140 about 140. 140 about 140, 140 now 150, now 160, 160 about 160, 170, 180, 180 now 190 back there, 190 now 200 over to 200. What do you give 200 over to 200? Now 210, 210, now 220, get about 220. Get them on 220 over to 220, 220 over to 220, 220 over to 220, 220 over to 220. What do you give 220, 220 over to 220? You able to buy them at 220, 220 now 230. You able to buy them at 230 back there in the back, 230 over to 230. What do you give 230, 230 over to 230, 230 over to 230, 230 all done, 230, 230, 200, 230 now 240, 240 now 250, over to 2.5. Able to buy at 250, over to 250, 250 over to 250. What do you give 250, 250, 250 right here. Now 260, over to 260. What do you give 260, now 270. You able to buy at 270 over to 270, 270 over to 270, 270, 270, 270. What do you give 270, 270 you're out, 270, 270, 270 now 280. What do you give 280, over to 280, 280 now 290. You able to buy at 290, get on 290 over to 290, 290 over to 290, 290, 290 all done, 290, 290, 290, all done. Sold it, $280 right here, sold it again.
John? Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Wally.
Let me write this down. Okay, getting back to the gun, guys. This is donated by Mossberg, Miss Linda Powell, one of our Hall of Fame members. If you win the bid on this gun, you have to have it shipped to your federal firearms license dealer, and you have to be able to pass the state form that you have to fill out. So this is one of the brand new 940 Pro Turkey 12 gauge 24-inch barrel with a high-vis comp sight, X-Factor external choke tube system, clean running. And folks, I'm gonna tell you, if you hadn't shot one of these 940 Mossbergs yet, you'll fall in love with it. I know, I did mine.
All right, guys, put that thing in the money. I got 250 on me. 250 now, 3, a little bit of 300. 300 bit of 300, 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 300 bit of 300. How about 275? Let you in like 275. 275 now, 300 bit of 300, 300 bit of 300, 300 all bit of 300. What do you give 300 back there in the back? 300 bit of 300, 300, 300 of 300, 300 now, 3 1/4, quarter bit of 3 1/4, 3 1/4, quarter bit of 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bit of 3 1/4. What do you give 3 1/4 bit of 3 1/4? 300 quarter bit of 3 1/4 bit of 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bit of 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bit of 3 1/4, 3 1/4 now, 3 1/2. 350 over 350. What do you get 350? Get about 350 over 350. What do you get 350 over 350? Where you at? 350. 350 and now 375. 375 at about 375. 375 now 400 over 400. What do you get 400 now 4 1/4 quarter over 4 1/4. What do you get 4 1/4 over 4 1/4? 4 1/4 over 4 1/4. What do you get 4 1/4 quarter over 4 1/4? 4 1/4 over 4 1/4. 4 1/4 4 1/4 over 4 1/4. 4 1/4 over 4 1/4.
Linda, how much is this gun worth?
Is she asking permission or are you?
Hey folks, this is a $1,000 shotgun.
4 1/4 over 4 1/4, 4 1/4 over 4 1/4, 4 1/4 over 4 1/4, 4 1/4 over 4 1/4. I got 400 back there in the back now. 4 1/4 over 4 1/4. What do you get? 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 all done. 4 1/4, 4 1/4. Now 450. Now 475. 475 now 500 over 500. What do you get? 500 over 500. 500 over 500. 500 now 5 1/4 quarter over 5 1/4. You're about 5 1/4 now 5 1/2. 550 over 550. You're about 550 over 550. 550 over 550. 550. 550 over 550, 550 over 550, 550 over 550, 550, 550, 550 all done, 550, 550 back in the back, now 575. You able to buy them at 575, now 600, 600 over 600, 600 over 600, 600 over 600, you able to buy them at 600 over 600, 600 back there, 600 over 600, 600 over 600, 600 over 600, 600 all done, 600 all done, 600, 600, 600, 600.
Larry, I'll loan you the money.
600. Sold it, $575. Where's he at down here? Right there.
Mike,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, all right. John McIntyre has said for us to raffle the redhead duck off again, and he's going to make a donation. So
you get to raffle the duck off again. Third time's a charm. It can be yours. On the redhead decoy, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you have here now? 100, all but 100, over 100. 100, all but 100, 100, 100. 100, I got 100 now, 110, 10, 10, over 110. Now 20, now 30, over 30, 30. 130 now, 140, 150, 160, 170. 170 over 170. 170 now, 180 over 180. Give it about 180 over 180. Get them on 180 over 180. 180 over 180. 180 now, 190. 190 back in the back, 190, 190. Now 200 over 200. Give it about 200, now 210, 210. We'll give 210. Give it about 210, 210 over 210. 210, now 220, a little bit of 220, 220 over to 220, what do you give 220, now 230, give it about 230 over to 230, 230 over to 230, what do you give 230 over to 230, 230, 230 over to 230, 230 over to 230, 230, 230 over to 230, 230 over to 230, 230, 230, I got 220 over here, now 230, all done, 230, 230, sold it, $220 right there.
Jerry Antley, thank you, Jerry. Okay. All right. We got a 2-day duck hunt with Billy Blakely staying at Blue Bank Resort. The Blue Bank family is here with Billy, Mike and Kathy Hayes and their sons. And this is a value of $2,000. It's room and board. You bring your own license, your own shotgun, your own shells, and a smile. And go hunt with Legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame future member Billy Blakely on Real Foot Lake. And this is for the 23-24 season, or it expires the 23 and 24 season. So you got to use it this year or next year due to availability in Billy's blind. 2 hunters.
2 hunters.
2 hunters, worth $1,000 a hunter. 2-night stay, 2 days hunt. Real Foot Lake Blue Bank Resort.
All right, guys, what do you give here now? 500, but a 500, 500, but a 500, 500, but a 500. I get 5 now, 600, but a 600. Give it up 6 now, 700, but a 700. 700 now, 8, but a 800. 800 now, 9, but a 9. Get up 900, 900 now, 9 and a half. 950, but a 950. Get up 950, but a 950. 950 now, $1,000, but a 1,000. 1,000 now, 1,050. Get up 1,050. 1,050, but a 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 1,050. I got 1,000 here now, 1,050. 1,000 and a half, half, but a 1,050. 1,050, but a 1,050. 1,050 now, 1,100. 1,100, but 1,100. 1,100, but 1,100. What do you give 11 now, 1,150. What do you give 1150, but 1150? 1150, but 1150. 1150, but 1150. Give it about 1150. 1150, but 1150. 1150, 1150, all done. 1150, all done. All done. Last chance. Sold it. $1,100 right there.
Who got it? Who got it? Linda Powell. Can I go too, Linda?
He said that quick. I'm going.
That was Ray I that said that, wasn't it? All right, folks, we got one more item. And I don't know if you guys have been looking at this item or not, but Mr. Tom Crane donated this to us. He's one of the most amazing artists that I've ever seen his work. This is 2 pieces of his work right over here. Now, the eagle is not for sale. He wanted to display that. But that train is for sale. And you can turn the light on that train. You could look in the window of that train and see the people in it, I believe. 2 or 3 of them playing cards. Anyway, he's donated that item just like it is, just like it sits. And I think we'll start her off about $800 because my wife said she'd bid that on it.
All right. Got Gary Mason in at $800, about 800. 800 now, 8 1/4, quarter, but 8 1/4. What do you give 8 1/4, but 8 1/4? 8 1/4, but 8 1/4. 8 1/4, quarter, but 8 1/4. What do you give 8 1/4, but 8 1/4? 8 1/4. How about 810? Let y'all in the light. Sorry, Gary. 810, but 810. What do you give 810? 810, but 810. $810, but 810. Get what I'm at 810. $810, but 810. 810, but 810. 810, 810, 810, 810. 810. Gary's gonna take it home. 810, 810, 810. All done. Sold it. $800.
All right.
Gary
Thank you,
Mason.
Tom. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Bo. Give Bo another round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, folks. Now we're going to get on with the program. And thank everybody for bidding. When Cindy and I come up with this idea of having this Hall of Fame, I had 6 people in mind. And I say this every year. Harold Knight, David Hale, Earl Bentz, Brenda Valentine, Mike McLemore, and Wade Bourne. Those were the 6 people that I had in mind. We inducted 4 of those guys the first year and inducted 2 more of them the second year. Those folks were heroes of mine. And I've got to meet a lot more heroes since we started. And you guys are fixing to get to meet 8 of them right here on this stage. So without further ado, we're going to start out. Let me find my notes here because I don't want to miss anything. From his earliest memories in Tennessee river bottoms and West Tennessee, Bill's life revolved around hunting and fishing. By his teens, he'd hunted ducks in all 4 flyways, fished from East Tennessee to the Pacific. As an adult, he's hunted from Prairie, Canada to the Gulf of Mexico and the Chesapeake to California Delta. But the Mississippi flyway was always his home. His professional career has been in the outdoors industry. From duck calling to selling duck calls and marketing director of Avery Outdoors to most recently being a managing editor for Mid-South Hunt and Fishing News and communicating with sportsmen all over the planet. He now runs part of the Sportsman's Outreach Coordinator as National Wildlife Federation. I've got to stand on the stage with this man one time and watch him as he lost the Tennessee State duck calling contest and decided that he didn't want to call in the U.S. Open. I talked him in to get him back up there, and I was emceeing the event. Behind the curtain was guys like Mike McLemore, Tommy Moody, Buck Garner, my oldest son, and another guy. These guys knew what a duck call sounded like. Bill Cooksey got back on the stage and blew in the Tennessee Open and won it by 25 or 30 points. He blew everybody away, no pun intended. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend and my waterfowl hunting buddy, Bill Cooksey.
Yeah, I remember that day. And I had a panic attack in that contest, and I may have one up here, so we'll see. I want to begin by thanking you, Gary, everyone involved in the Legends of the Outdoors Hall of Fame, and all of the sponsors, because y'all actually make this thing happen. I can't tell you how humbled and honored I've been ever since Gary told me I was going to be inducted. Most sports Hall of Fame, you have to be retired for several years before they even start to consider you. So it's really special to get this award with what I hope is a big chunk of my career still in front of me. And that fact makes it incumbent on me to make the most of those years because of the faith entrusted in me in this award. Everyone receiving this recognition today will and should have a list of people to thank. We began today by thanking God, and I'm sure all of us understand how blessed He has made our lives. Next, I have to thank my wife, Nina. I won't pretend she was always happy when I walked out the door for yet another trip, and who could blame her? I can say she was always there when I came home, and for 25 years, she's the one who kept the lights on. Next are my sons, Sam and Bill. I got lucky by marrying into Sam, and for 5 years that he was in my life, we were best hunting and fishing buddies. He began a journey of change in my life and personality, which continued in my journey raising Bill. I got lucky again with him, and most of you who are parents will understand when I say that is the most fulfilling part of life, is being a parent. And I can't tell you how much pride any of us have when we see our son become a good man. I can't imagine where or who I would be today without all of them in my life. Next, my parents. Anyone who knew my mother would tell you that she was the sweetest, kindest, and smartest person they ever met. Obviously, I didn't get many of her traits, but she made my childhood very special. My father, he instilled my love of hunting and fishing and of our wildlife resources. I can't recall being so young that I didn't think duck hunting and bass fishing were like the coolest things that a man could possibly do. He didn't stop there. He introduced me to men who somehow had made their avocation their vocation. Hunting, fishing, and spending time with men like Gene Hill, Dick Walters, Pete Peterson, Carol Shelby, men who accepted me as a child and led me to this path in the outdoor world. Hunting, fishing, DU banquets, Game Coin, Safari Club, National Wildlife Federation, those all led me to an appreciation for conservation. Looking around this room, I see dozens of friends, dozens of heroes, and a whole bunch of folks that fit in both of those categories. I see Harold Knight. He doesn't know it, but he taught me to blow a goose call through a record he made. I see Ray I. He doesn't know it. He taught me how to use a diaphragm turkey call on a little cassette tape I bought. I see Larry Ray. Larry Ray taught me what an outdoor journalist should be. Kelly Powers. Kelly's out there. He taught me more about how to win a calling contest than anyone else on earth. And none of them knew this. Something I have to say, if you've been in this industry very long, you have to guard yourself because it's easy to start believing your own BS. You're a spokesman for things you care deeply about, and before you know it, you're your own self-anointed expert. That's where friends come in. My buddy Bryan Chandler, we've been hunting together now for over 40 years. John McCauley, over 30 now. Chris, Williams. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been well up in double digits. Russ Allison was Sam's best friend. And even after 20 years that we've lost Sam, we still talk every day. Doug Karpicki and Jody Whitfield, when I wanted to start a Scholastic trap team, those were the phone calls I made. And those men made that team happen. And that's one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. They made it happen. These men are the kind of friends that were there all the times that I needed a hand up. They were there all the times that I needed knocking back down. And I want to thank them for that. To sum it up, I owe being on this stage to faith, family, friends, and my heroes, and I thank you all.
That's yours. And this is yours. Thank you, Bill. Congratulations. I want to say, too, before we go any further, that in between our fourth and our fifth Hall of Fame inductee, we will close the silent auction down. So my son made sure that I would say that. Next gentleman, gosh, I can't tell you how many times we've shared a boat together. And the stories that he's written about me and about a lot of others sitting in this room, the radio shows that he's had us all on, in his promotions of outdoor conservation, wildlife, and hunting and fishing. He started out with a commercial appeal and spent 50 years there being the sports editor and outdoor writer in Memphis, Tennessee, one of the largest newspapers in Tennessee. Went on to be the editor for Mid-South Hunting and Fishing News, and has had his radio show, what people call the fastest 90 minutes in radio. Please give a warm welcome to my friend, Larry Ray.
If you'll bear with me, only through the grace of God am I here today. In February this year, I started my cancer journey at almost 79 years of age. And it's been a journey that God has opened so many doors for me that He would not have ever opened if I had not had cancer. And just finished radiation. As you can tell, my hair is coming back. And so am I. God has walked me through 4 rounds of chemo, 3 spinal taps, 17 rounds of radiation, several body scans, and most recently an MRI of my head, which reminded me of a headline that appeared in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch many years ago after Dizzy Dean was struck in the head while trying to steal second base. The headline said the next day, X-rays of Dean's head shows nothing. Fortunately, that's what my cancer doctor told me earlier this week. First of all, I want to congratulate to this year's inductees that I'm so proud to be a part of such an amazing group. That Gary contacted me, and I will tell you in just a minute that he told me I was going into the Hall of Fame on one of my radio shows. For the first time since we started the show more than 20 years ago, I was speechless. Surely, I thought, he didn't mean this Larry Ray. Not the Larry Ray who once dreamed of playing in the NBA, which in my case eventually stood for not big anyway. Or the Larry Ray who spent 13 years playing the trumpet through middle school, high school, and college, and excuse me, at my beloved University of Arkansas. Or the Larry Ray who flunked his Army physical because he weighed 111 pounds and was told to come back when he weighed 112. Or the Larry Ray who met and married the most amazing Christian woman who helped turn his spiritual life around and has walked side by side with him through almost 56 years of marriage. Or the Larry Ray who decided to quit playing the trumpet in college and turned to a career in journalism and eventually ended up working 5 years at the Arkansas Democrat in Little Rock. Or the Larry Ray who left the Democrat and its $99 a week salary as assistant sports editor to become the prep editor at the Commercial Appeal in Memphis, where I made $144 a week. Or the Larry Ray who, on a whim, not thinking he had a chance at getting the job, applied for and stunningly became only the 4th outdoors editor in the history of the Commercial Appeal in April of 1988, following the legendary, as Bob Cobb will remember, Henry Reynolds. No way. Or the Larry Ray who admitted on the front end that he was not Henry Reynolds and that he would need help along the way from such people as the late Al Dunning, Tommy Aiken, Steve McAdams, Jim Perry, Uncle Homer Circle. He's the first person to tell me, you will not be Henry Reynolds, you need to be Larry Ray. And I've taken that throughout my career. When you're on my radio show, I tell you, Boy Duckett and some of these other ones that have been on the show, we just did a special show last week, and somehow people in home think I was on the radio live this morning. I'm in Springfield. Don't tell them, okay? But Uncle Homer Circle, he's the first one that told me, don't be Henry Reynolds, be Larry Ray. Steve McAdams, as I said. Bill Dance, he still calls me Little Henry. Dave Gabbert is here with his wife, Rand. I thank you so much. Harold and David, you guys are tremendous. David and Harold have been on my show many times. Harold took how good Harold is that I had my mother-in-law who lived with us the last 3 years of her life because her 4 brothers didn't have time. Her 4 sons said, no, we will take her to live with us. We took her to Kentucky one time. Harold Knight, you treated her like a queen. You showed her everything, and she was just my mother-in-law. So thank you, Harold. Thank you, David. Ron Wong, you're here. He's everywhere. You know, there's 17,888,000 million Ron Wongs. He says there's more Wongs than there are Smith. I don't know about that. He knows most of them, for sure. The late Jim Gaston, Billy Blakely. I just need to tape Billy Blakely's laugh. And I thought of Billy so many times during my cancer journey. It's on my bucket. My bucket list has grown. I probably got the biggest bucket list there ever was of what I want to do when I'm over with this. the late Billy Lindsay, my man Merle Gardner. You probably don't know Merle Gardner, but most people call him Buck. And yes, even Gary Mason. Or how about the Larry Ray who, knowing he always had a face for radio, most of my listeners think I'm 6'4" and 220. They don't know. But followed his dream of becoming the host of his own radio show in August 2001. Surely Gary didn't mean that Larry Ray.
Yes, I did.
But he did. And for that, I am humbly grateful. Thank you, man. All right. That's it. Now I need a belt.
And a knife.
And a knife. This is the most I've carried since I've had cancer. So.
Whew. Thank you, Larry. This next gentleman, I hadn't known him a long time till just a couple of years ago when I seen him several times at the then Triton Boat Owners Tournament in my hometown of Paris, Tennessee, when I helped Earl Bentz put that event on up there. But I come to find out a lot about Boyd Duckett. Not only is he an outdoorsman, a hunter and a fisherman, Boyd Duckett is much of an entrepreneur. I mean, after all, he just owns Duckett Fishing, Duckett Rods, Duckett Marine. I'm not sure he doesn't have a Duckett airplane in the wings to get started. Major League Fishing is part of his entourage. This man is a visionary. He's the kind of guy that Ray Scott would have looked at and said, way to go, buddy. Right now, I'm going to look at him and say, Boyd Duckett, way to go, buddy. Please welcome Boyd Duckett to the stage.
Well, when Gary let me know that I was going to be considered for induction into this Hall of Fame, the first feeling I had was how humbling it is to be associated with the group that's here and the group that's come in the past. The second feeling I had about 15 minutes after that was, obviously there's a shortage of inductees this year, and they made it to me. So, but I know everybody says this, but it can't go enough. If there's ever been a legend in the outdoors that has made things happen, it's Gary Mason with 20 years of service that he has done to make this possible for all of us. The rest of us, we just do what we love. Gary's found a way to make the world know that, so thank you for that. You know, being successful, those that you know me well know that I haven't yet decided what I want to be when I grow up, so I just keep moving all over the place. But it comes at great sacrifice. Success comes at great sacrifice. And a lot of times that's your family and your friends. So I want to, for sure, Jennifer and the kids that put up with all the ventures, all the tournament trips, all the travel, came along when they could. You know, I can think of the trips where I went to tournaments and Jennifer was like, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to upstate New York and we'll all stay in a cabin. I was gone all day. It rained. They couldn't get out of the house, especially when the kids were smaller and they're all, she's finally like, you go do your thing. I'm not going to ride along. Another person in my life that's had a big impact that's here tonight is my brother Errol. Errol Duckett and I grew up. We grew up fishing together, you know, hunting together with BB guns, playing in the woods. We didn't have Facebook, so we had to go out and have a good time. But just like all of us, the chance to be exposed to the outdoors we fell in love with that. That passion's never changed. Now, I've spent a lifetime building companies in various industries, doing a lot of things, and the biggest thing that did for me, it taught me that success is a team, just like football. And other than what I could personally accomplish, it was really all you can be as a coach. I never ran any plays, I never scored any points, and that's the real form of success that I learned through those business operations. It also provided me enough economic success to get a chance to chase my dream. I started tournament fishing in 1977. Been a member of Bass since 1972, by the way. That membership never stopped. I have every magazine. Ken Duke came to my office one time and he said, other than Bass, this may be the biggest group of magazines from any individuals. I don't know if that's true or not. But that enabled me the opportunity to chase a tournament career. Like everything in my life, when I get serious about something, I give it 110%. And I went out and for 7 or 8 years, my life is just a big pie chart of time. So I normally am chasing multiple things, but being able to make bass fishing become the #1 was just a great opportunity for me in time, and was able to go out there and have some success. Win 5 tour level events, a Bassmaster Classic that's unmatched in our space, and got to chase that. Now, as time went on, I was actually able to take my time and energy and put it into the fishing space. As Gary mentioned, in the marine business today, ducket fishing, major league fishing, which is the majority of my time. But there again, all those things are produced. Larry's here today, Larry Rankin from Ducket Fishing, Sean and the team at Ducket Marine, Tammy and Kevin keep that thing going. But I want to talk some about my passion for Major League Fishing. So Gary Klein and I had this idea, and we love what we did, we love where it came from, but is there a way that we can contribute with some idea to try to push it forward, make it more visible? What kind of media of opportunities are there? And we called Carico, so we get a deal on some TV time, which we really need to renegotiate that because it's getting a little expensive now, Wade. But that's been what it's all about. It's how can we take our sport that we love so much, put it out there, share it with the world, get more, constituents of our sport. We love people to come in and, they're product buyers, they support our industry, but it's really important to have people, even if they're not gonna participate, they're not gonna go, spend time in the woods, they're not gonna hunt, they're not gonna fish, they're not gonna tournament fish. It's really important that they at least are aware of who we are and what we do and respect our space. We talked some last night, just in a conversation we had about how the world sort of changed and we've become urban governed, so to speak. Not trying to get off in a political speech. You're welcome for that. But it is important that we share what we love to people coming in front of us, with the kids and other people in the world. Even if they don't go fishing with you, they don't go hunting with you, they need to know what we do and why we do it and why it's important. So to me today, that, for this group collectively, it's us that need to carry the flag and go put it out there and tell the world that we do this and we'd love for you to participate, but if nothing else, make room for us because we're not going away. This is what we believe in. This is who we want to be. It's a great lifestyle. It's a lot of great people, and it's what's become the most important thing in my life. Thanks to all at Major League Fishing. There's way too many. We have 120 employees today. Stephen, thank you for coming out tonight. I think a lot of the rest of the team, we've got the title event going on up north, if you guys know, Pro Circuit title event. So most of my team is working like always. But the opportunity, for us to just continue to push our product out there, let the world see what professional bass fishing is, try to support that. Our conservation efforts, that's what it's all about. Also, everybody that comes here to these events. Listen, I have, with all the things that I do in my life, I stay so busy. I know all of you do. But when we can gather to appreciate each other, this is something that really today has a big impact on me. I see all of us have things we should be doing, but it's fantastic. So thanks to all of you for making our day special, our chance to be here. It wouldn't mean anything, it would mean something, but it means a lot having all of you here. So thank you very much.
Mr. Drury?
That was awesome. The belt buckle I heard about.
Yeah, the belt buckle,
yeah. Thank you.
I hear you, baby. Thank you, Boyd. All right, this next person that we're going to induct, after we get him inducted into the Hall of Fame, we're going to take a short bathroom break, close the silent auction items down after y'all come back from your bathroom break. I met this young man, gosh, years ago, and he was a young man when I met him. I had the pleasure of judging the Winchester World Open, I think it was called. Kelly, if you remember that back that far back, Tim Grounds, Jeff Foyles, and many other great goose callers was calling in that, and us 5 judges was behind the curtain. You can't see when you're judging a calling contest who's calling. Somebody stepped on the stage when it was his turn and blew the clearest notes, the best routine, and sounded more like he had a goose in his pocket than anybody I'd ever heard. That was this young man right here. He's a co-owner with his brothers of Final Flight Outfitters in Union City, Tennessee, what is now one of the largest catalog sales for waterfowl services in America, and one of the finest stores that I've ever been in. Please welcome Mr. Kelly Pyers.
You know, contest calling, judges don't know who you are. You go off a number. Caller number 2, come to stage, please. That's how the procedure goes. I was always a strategist. The mental toughness part of the game, I thrived on. The competition part, I just loved it. And trying to get into the judge's mind of what would be attractive, you know, and what would set myself to score better than the callers before and after me. And they would call caller number 2 to the stage, and one of the things that I would always do, and it was a lot strategy and trying to get in the heads, is just silence. I want the judges to think, what's going on? Did he fall off the stage? Where's the caller at? And I'll be honest, what went through my mind is, why am I here, God? Here's a little, you know, I was a kid, a little red goose call. And I want to be here one day. And I still look at myself as a kid. I watch Mr. Ray Scott on Saturday mornings, listen to you, Bob, on the radio and television. And a little bird whistle, goose call, launched a career in the outdoor industry, which was my goal. I was a senior in high school, went in my parents' room, and I said, goodness, Mom, Dad, if I could ever win a big contest, maybe that'll help my resume. Maybe I can get a job in the outdoor industry. Maybe I can go to work for some companies. I know it's a wild and crazy redneck idea, but this is what this old hillbilly boy from Tennessee thought of. That was in 1997. You know, what you see a lot of on bios and all that, and Michael Waddell will agree, the Drurys will agree, you see edited footage. What you don't see a lot of times is the unedited footage that we don't want y'all to see that because it's failure. I will mention, where's Cuz? Cuz is in here. We talked earlier. And Bill Cooksey is on this hunt, so I'm going to pick on him a little bit. This was about in early 2000. I was on a rider hunt with Avery Outdoors, and I was the kid back then. Myself, Fred Zink's to my right, Bill Cooksey's there, Troy Ruiz is doing a hunt, and single snow goose comes in. We were shooting some test ammo at the time. It was a smaller shot size. Snow goose comes in. Well, I didn't fire my gun. Fred shoots 3 times, misses. Looks at me, says, "What in the world? How'd I miss that goose?" And it was so windy that day, the goose went all the way down to the end. Well, he comes back to me. Everybody unloaded their guns on this snow goose, and it wasn't but 25 yards high. Gets back to me. Well, I thought, well, this is a chip shot. Of course, cameras are rolling. Boom, boom, boom. I looked at Fred. I thought, I missed that goose all 3 times. Well, you can guess when that footage got back to West Point, they picked on the kid. Fred called me and says, "You remember you missing that goose?" That was the only thing that they aired. So, because you got me, you and Fred got me. But I'll say this, I mentioned that hunt for a particular reason. That was the unedited stuff that happened that actually made it to the scenes. But some of the unedited things that you didn't see on that hunt that developed my career and my lifestyle in a sense. We got through putting out decoys. Mr. Troy Ruiz was a cameraman. And I'll never forget, I mean, it's 2 minutes till shooting time. We're jumped in the blinds, pull the covers back. I'm watching, trying to find the next flock of geese because it's almost go time. Troy comes in behind me and says, "Hey guys, if y'all don't mind, let's say a word of prayer." I will never forget that for the rest of my life. Moments like that. I will never forget when I just started college going up to see Harold and David in Cadiz, Kentucky. This is on a Wednesday morning at 7:45 a.m., nothing special. Come in to see them, talking about an apparel company I used to work for, Tom. David Hale walks in with a Bible in his hand. This wasn't show. This was a Wednesday morning. This is what he does every single day. And I saw it right then. Like, these are men of God. I want to live my life just like them. And there are many more mentors in my life that have been there for me. I mentioned the term failure. The contest wins and all that are accomplishments. What you don't see and you don't hear, I'm going to tell you about a little bit. 1997. I called it my first contest. 1998, I went to the World Championship with this great vision and dream. I think I was probably second or third from the very bottom. That's how I finished. I wasn't going to go back. Some reason, myself, my dad, and Tim Grounds colluded without me knowing to try to get me to go back the next year. Something happened that summertime to where I recognized failure as not as a disappointment, but as an opportunity. It took me coming toward the bottom and finishing at the bottom of the world to going into 1999 to winning the world championship by at that time was the highest margin. And I learned right quick then, just because something may go wrong in life, just because the road may turn left and you thought it was going to turn right, it's an opportunity, not a disappointment. And that was one thing that changed my lifestyle from my mentors that helped mentor me to where I learned right quick some of life's biggest accomplishments come after some of life's biggest disappointments. And right then, when I had a disappointment, I looked, where's the opportunity, God? What can I do next? It doesn't matter with sickness. It doesn't matter with contest calling. It doesn't matter with career. Everything in our life is given to us for a reason. And my mindset, if we turn that into opportunity, specifically in the hunting industry, we can make this place a lot better tomorrow than what it was yesterday. So on behalf of myself, my family, my wife, Mallory Kipton, my daughter Cora, my aunt and uncle, my mom and dad, and all the mentors in my life, Tim Grounds, Eli Haydell, Sean Stahl, we can go on and on, that I have been so blessed to be able to rub shoulders with and literally hunt with some of the best duck and goose hunters in the world. And I consider myself still the kid. So it is my goal and my mission to make the hunting industry better tomorrow than what it was yesterday. And I humbly accept this award and thank y'all again, and God bless.
Thank you, Kelly. We're going to take a short recess, give everybody just a few minutes to go use the bathroom, and then after we come back, the silent auction will be closed, and we'll do the other 4 inductees. So, see you in about 5 minutes. get on with the program? Oh, okay. All right, everybody, if you'll return to your seats, we'll get started back on the program.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
He said, absolutely. He said, that was a great place. He said, I assume you still live there? And I'm like, absolutely. Still live there. He said, well, I have to come go visit with you sometime. I said, anytime, man. Yeah, that's what he remembered. Yeah. You ready to hit me on there?
No, I got you, Bubba. I got you. All right, here we go. Everybody take your seats, please. Silent auction is now closed. Anyone that want to bid, see my sons and family, and they'll take care of your money. Anybody that's want to bid also on the live auction items, please see them before you leave. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors that's helped put this event on, my family, and everybody that's been involved. Lorelei Kearns, my assistant, and everyone that helps put this event on. We've got a few more people that we need to wait on to get back from the restroom and from the auction area. Chuck, get your pocketbook out. She's won bids, I'm sure. Did you win any bids, Linda? Oh, okay. I don't think I got a marker. This is 8, 20. All right, here we go, folks. I met this gentleman quite by happenstance. A guy that worked for him called me and wanted to come up and us do a crappie fishing show together, or a portion of a crappie fishing show. And he said, do you know Wade Middleton? And I said, no, I don't. I haven't had the pleasure. This was long before I started coaching collegiate bass fishing, so I had no connection with Wade. He said, well, we need to get him on the phone. We'll talk to him. I'd like for you to meet him. So we did. He got Wade on the phone. We visited for about 20 minutes on kind of a little conference call, and Wade and I immediately become great friends. Then I watched this man as he done so many wonderful things in our outdoors industry, and one of the things that I'm most proud that he done is help to create collegiate bass fishing for the kids going to college so they would have a place to do what they love to do. You know, I don't know if y'all realize this or not, but only about 5 to 6% of the college or high school athletes get a scholarship to go to school in their particular sport of choice. Later on, I started the bass fishing team at Bethel, and Wade was one of the most predominant people in my fishing and coaching career in that part of it. I can't say enough of all this man has done, from his television shows to being a part owner of one of the most popular TV channels in the outdoors, to hunting and fishing all over the globe. He also loves to whitetail hunt. And You might find him in Texas or Alaska hunting big game. I never know where he's at, but one place that I do know that he's going to be is wherever his company is holding a collegiate bass fishing tournament. He's known as the grandfather of college bass fishing, and I can't say enough about what this man does as he puts on one of the best tournament trails along with his partners and employees in America for college bass fishing. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Wade Middleton.
Well, I mean, thank you to the Mason family and everything that they do. It's amazing because it brings us all together to see what we see in this room. I mean, I'm like a little kid in this room, and even to this day when I go fishing and hunting, I'm still a little kid. And looking out here at all these people that are here to support this gathering and support hunting and fishing, I mean, it gives me goosebumps and everything. I mean, I'm sitting at a table right now with the guys that created really all the crappie fishing tournaments in the world. Charlie Brewer, I mean, 50 years ago, I think that bait came out, and I was really young then, and I bought them, you know, and I did go fishing. The kayak guys, you know, you're sitting here with Chad. I look around here, you look back at that table back there, you've got the Drurys and the Knights and the Waddells. I mean, how many hours of footage have I watched of those guys? And it has helped create these things, you know, that we do. And you look at the Duckett group over here, and I look at Mr. Nelson sitting right here and the archery stuff that he does, the expertise they bring. But I tell you, I mean, watching Mr. Bob Cobb today, that was just stunning to me. What you did to my generation with Ray, and how you spoke to us, and how you motivated us, and how you made us dream as fishermen. I mean, you know, I come from that Van Dam to Edwin Evers to Jeff Crete. I mean, Crete and I were best friends growing up and all those, and you spoke to us, both of you. You created us to give this dream. And for me, I was never that good as a tournament angler. Thank God in some ways, because it sent me down all the other paths, because I'm a seasoned guy. I want to hunt. I want to fish. I want to crappie fish. I want to bluegill fish. It all means something to me. And looking across this room, to say that I'm humbled to be up here is just something that I can't understate enough. I mean, Gary and I, like you said, you know, college fishing. Gary's the oldest college fishing coach, and I'm not talking about age. There's probably a couple of them older than him, but Gary, you know, I had no idea when we first did these college tournaments years ago what was going to happen, what kind of kids was going to show up, what were they going to do, what, you know, are they going to the bar, are they going fishing, you know, and they showed up and they wanted to fish. And the next year we threw one, and here comes this guy, and he was the coach. And I'm thinking, a coach? We're going to have coaches? You know, this isn't Nick Saban or Barry Switzer or some of this. This is really kind of, and you know, he's pacing back and forth up and down there. And now we've got 25 to 30 coaches that have modeled a program after what Gary has done, and it's just continued to explode. And as I sit up here and think about all of that and all the opportunities that have come for that for me, my family, and our company, like I said, it's beyond humbling. I'm not really, I don't deserve in my mind, I imagine everybody that's stood up here doesn't think that they deserve to be here, but our peers, for whatever reason, think that we've opened doors and created things. But at the end of the day, you know, it's that opportunity to pass it on. That's something that everybody has been talking about here, how we can keep passing these on, and I believe that's really, really important. And that starts with our family's commitment to allow us to do these things. You know, my beautiful wife, Angel, is sitting over here. I don't get anything done without her. You know, sometimes I get in trouble because I try to sneak in the house with dirty shoes from recent fishing and hunting trips, and I make it through one room, and then she looks down, and as I get to the next room, I know I'm in trouble. But we all know and love our wives for how they support us, and our company. I mean, this is as much. It's really more for them than it is for me. You know, we've got a lot of dedicated people that spend a lot of hours away from home, a lot of long hours making sure everything is done. And it doesn't matter whether it's stuffing a bag of biscuits for the college kids to go fishing, meeting a deadline at a network, setting up a shoot, whatever it may be. those folks, the ones that currently work with us, the ones that have moved on to other opportunities in life, I mean, this is because, my success is really based on what they've done, what they've created for us, and how they've done it. And the way that they, show respect to everything in the outdoors. And to me, I'm as excited about that as I am anything. We've got past employees that are YouTube sensations now. Some sell trucks. We've got one of them that's a game warden. We've got others that are doing other things. And as we hire these young men and women, I know now truly what it means to be a mentor. It's to watch those guys find success and to see what they've done. And I see that in this room because my success, our company's success, and our dreams have been because of the visionaries that I'm looking at across this room. And as we look forward to the future, I've got something that I picked up that I want to pull out of my pocket. And I think it's the world's greatest video game. And I'm going to show you this in a second because as a young boy, my mom and dad, I didn't come from a wealthy family. We would go camping in little places off a beaten path. We had a pop-up camper, and I remember those trips. To me, it would be like going to Africa or something, and it was just this small little campground at a dead-end 2-track road. And there was one little pocket. And this little pocket, as I look back on it now, was so important to my life. It was just if I look at it as a fisherman now, I would never stop there. I would have kept my trolling motor down on 24 high and I'd blaze right by it. There was no reason for there to be anything there. But the reality is there was a rock or something out there. And I would take the world's greatest video game. This is it. If you take this little device and take this out into the water right now, I promise you all these kids that are still going to play on their video games because that's how they communicate. But this little device, thanks to my mom and dad, hooked to a piece of line and a Zebco 33 on a yellow Eagle Clawed pistol grip rod, and I would throw it out there. And that little bobber, sometimes it would just be ripples going away. There'd be nothing else happening, but it was visual. I could see it. It was going on. And then sometimes it would bounce up and down. Other times it would slide off to the side, and when it would go down, and I'd set the hook, to me, I was catching the biggest fish in the world, and it'd probably be a bluegill about that big. But it made such an impression on a young man hiking through grass, digging up night crawlers, slamming down on grasshoppers with the old broom that I'd steal from my mom. It was just, this is the world's greatest video game. I promise you, if you'll take the time to put this on your kids' rods and reels, take them out fishing, you never know. There may be a person up here accepting an award down the road, doing something, and it just works. So take the time, take a kid fishing. I was in meetings at Bass Pro Shops yesterday. Right when you're sitting in the lobby at base camp, there's a shot of Johnny and JP. And it's a quote from Johnny Morris, take a kid fishing, it will change things. And I mean that, and I believe that, and that's what we love to do. And I thank all of you for listening to me for a few minutes and how humble it is. You guys are the greatest. Gary, thank you again for all this.
Thank you, sir. I will say to Wade's wife, I called Wade one time and we were talking about college fishing, and I said, well, how's married life? He said, best catch I ever made. I think a lot of us in this room think the same way. I know I do. Boy, I've watched this man on TV so many times. I'm not a big bow hunter. I used to shoot a bow a lot back when my oldest son was growing up. We got out in the backyard and shot at targets and stuff, and I used to get mad at him because he got good enough to shoot my arrow. He'd Robin Hood every arrow that I had if he could from about 25 yards. But Tom Nelson, man, I've watched your show so much. You've brought America all types of adventures, over 400 television shows, no telling how many articles Tom has written that we've all read for various magazines and the books. And I can't say enough about how much I've enjoyed that, and I know everybody in the room has. Y'all give a big warm welcome of applause to Tom Nelson, the American Archer.
Thank you, Gary. Wow. I have to say, first of all, I'm honored to be here, and it's a very humbling experience. To just be sitting here amongst so many of my peers and accomplished hunters and fishermen and men and women, and it really, many of you and others out there are far more qualified for this award than I am, so it means a lot. And it's impressive the amount of times I've heard the other inductees use the word humbling and not, this is well deserved. I've been waiting too long for this. That's hunters and fishermen though. I mean, we do, we're in it, we're passionate about what we do and such, and it's nothing that, we think we deserve. It truly is. So again, this means a lot to me. Normally on August 20th, I'm sitting in an antelope blind during the early archery season in Unit 21 in Wyoming, where right now in the middle of the day, it's probably 90 and probably 104 in my pop-up blind. I'm sweating. There's these neat little flies that bite you, and I'm down to shorts by now, and they're biting me in the ankle and such. Michael, you know what I'm talking about. The strange part is, I love it. I truly, truly do. It's something, archery, bow hunting, it's my passion, and it has been forever. But today I'm sitting in this air-conditioned venue, this wonderful venue amongst, again, so many of my peers and fellow outdoorsmen and women. I've been a passionate archer and bow hunter almost my entire adult life. Archery truly has been my only viable means to support my entire adult life. I've been blessed to work within the archery industry and community since I was 16 years old. I strive to give back to the sport that I love so much. At the local level with our NASP, National Archery in the Schools program in my hometown where I volunteer as a coach. I like to introduce anyone, young or old, to the sport of bow hunting. And I really enjoy educating anybody anybody that's interested in the sport of kings, archery. For the past 26 years, I've been host of the award-winning American Archer, all archery, all bow hunting TV show on the Outdoor Channel. And each week I try not only to entertain the thousands of viewers, but also educate. Education's been a big factor. That's why we're not the American Bow Hunter. We're the American Archer, where we talk about archery, learning to shoot, archery techniques, along with bow hunting. Today, I'd like to thank the legends of the outdoors, Gary Mason, board of directors, and especially my wonderful wife, Beth. Beth is my favorite hunting companion. She's always on time. She's a great tracker, which periodically I need, and I couldn't ask for a better hunting partner. Her support and guidance truly has made me who I am today. I'd like to thank my daughter, Sarah, my son-in-law, Jake, my granddaughter, Charlotte, and Laurel, who's sleeping through my speech in induction, which is perhaps a good thing for a one-year-old. And I'd like to thank my friend, longtime friend and mentor, Chuck Jordan, who's a Bow Hunting Hall of Fame member, and for years has been a sponsor of the show through his different jobs in the archery industry, longtime bow hunting employee who has been a sponsor of mine since the beginning. But Chuck is truly one of the good guys in the outdoor industry. And I appreciate everything, Chuck. Chuck surprised me. I had no idea he was going to be here. And last night at the meet and greet, I spotted his wife first walking, and then I spotted Chuck, and I'm like, what are they doing here? And it was an extremely, extremely pleasant surprise. And of course, I'd be remiss not to mention John McAteer. John, love you, man. John has been a long-distance friend, but again, I can't say enough about him, and I'm anxious to share a campfire with you, buddy. To all my sponsors and countless friends and mentors that have guided me along this trail, as past president of the Pope and Young Club, past vice president of the Pope and Young Club, longtime board member, along with being a sitting board member and vice president-elect of the Archery Hall of Fame, I've listened to a great many acceptance speeches, and without question, my personal favorites have always been the short and to the point ones. So with that, I say thank you.
Beautiful case knife and belt buckle.
Thank you so much. Does this come with a string?
I think Wade Middleton said a while ago, don't put an eye out with it. The next gentleman I'm about to introduce, I can't tell you how many hours that I've spent in this guy's duck blind or his fishing boat. I've enjoyed each and every one of them. This man is solid as a rock. And when I say that, I mean Billy Blakely never changes. He's got a laugh that you'll never forget. He's always on point with anything he says. He's a gentle giant in the fishing and hunting world. One of the finest duck callers I've ever stood in the blind with. And Kelly, you've been with him too, I'm sure. This man can turn a duck around on a dime and give him 5 cents change. His favorite fish is also my favorite fish, and that's a big bluegill. There ain't nothing, and Wade, you held that float up while you was talking. It brought back so many memories to me of doing the same thing, sitting on the creek bank catching bluegill. Still today, Chuck Brewer and I spend time catching big bluegill on Kentucky Lake. But to go to Reelfoot Lake, to stay at Blue Bank Resort, and get to spend time fishing with Billy Blakely, for those of you in this room that's done it, you know what I'm about to say. It don't get no better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Blakely.
Boy, this is something different for me. Get me up on this stage, I feel way out of place. You get me on the bow of that War Eagle boat, and I'm good. But I'm glad to be here to see everybody. And like I say, it's a lot of faces in this room that spent time with me in that boat. And I appreciate every minute of it. There's a lot of people I'd like to thank. Congratulate everybody going into this today. I'd like to thank Mike and his family for all they've done for me for the last 40 years. Seems like just yesterday, but my body tells me otherwise. Mr. Gary, thank you for everything you've done, and all the articles you wrote and all of this you've done for the Legends of the Outdoors. Thanks to all my sponsors, War Eagle Boats especially, building a boat big enough to hold me up and keep me afloat fishing. B&M Pole Company for making poles that put fish in my boat. I appreciate that. Let's see. But I am more than thankful and appreciative for receiving this award. It's a high honor. Especially for somebody like me that just wakes up every day and goes do what he loves. I get up every day, go fishing, hunting, look forward to it. 90% of the time, I'll even beat that clock up. And on my way to the lake and the clock goes off, I'm like, man, I'm early again this morning. But that happens a lot, and I appreciate all of that. And for one guy that was up here earlier about talking on the lake and his wife, Larry Ray, you didn't give that young lady credit. Now, the only reason you bring her to that lake because she catches all the fish. And that's the only reason you bring her. But I'd like to say thanks to my wife. She helps me along the way all the time, and I appreciate her a lot. Her daughter Reagan, if it wasn't for Reagan helping me keep her straight, I don't know what we'd do with her. Move her down to the shop in the camper, I guess. Thanks, Danny and Kim, for coming to this. Appreciate y'all. But I want to say thanks to Gary, and I appreciate everybody in here. And that's about it for me.
This is yours. And this.
Huge.
And something to keep the bugs off of it.
I'll use that for something. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Whew. Can y'all believe that we're down to our last one? Not least, but the last. Before I introduce this young man, I would like to ask that after we get through, that each and every one of our Hall of Fame members come up and let's get a group shot, and then also want to get a group shot of all the ones that went in today. You know, I've been watching this young man for many, many years, and I say young man because when he started out as a cameraman and bottle washer, window washer, whatever you had to do, right, Michael? Whatever you had to do. This guy has spent his whole life chasing game. You go to a show like the NWTF or any other place where Michael Waddell is at, and the line will be as far as from here to this wall. You might walk by him and wave at him, and he'll smile and wave back at you, but he's got his fans. Some of the most followed people in the continent call him friends. This guy absolutely is one of the most well-known outdoorsmen in our industry at our time. And it brings me proud honor to get to introduce the bone collector, Mr. Michael Waddell.
Thank you so much, Gary. I tell you, man, this is it's unbelievable. Brother Bill Blakely, I noticed they left us old Southern boys to the end because, you know, we're on a budget. They couldn't have an interpreter to write it down, last two people. But this is amazing. It's humbling. I look out across this crowd and I think it's hard not to get emotional, not just about getting honored here, but just the Americans that are here in this room and the people that influenced me. You know, I'd start by saying, man, thank the good Lord, because I don't know what he had in store. I don't know why he put favor on a lot of us, but he did. And I've always been a believer, but I've also raised plenty enough hell, especially working in the hunting industry. It's easy enough to get your foot caught in the fun wheel. And many times right here in Springfield, we come to these fall classics, and boy, we scratched out a good time. A few of these bars I got kicked out of, I ain't gonna lie to you. But when I left, I said, you know what, the Drury boys are going with me. And they would. It was loyalty. We didn't care what kind of camo we was wearing, we stuck in it together. But I look back on my life and I look back just on the journey. First of all, to thank my beautiful wife for having to put up with me. She married a man child, like a lot of you ladies in this room, as we talked about Mr. Scott and some of these speeches and the people. Obviously, the ladies in our life have spent so much time seeing us and helping us fulfill our dreams. And, you know, it's amazing. I look back on so many trips and hunts I've got to go on. I remember telling Christy, like, hey, I know this Saturday we was planning on this, but old Hank Parker is called, and this is a fishing trip of a lifetime. I got to do it. You know, it might be 7 days later. You ain't going to believe it. Harold Knight said, come up here to crap your bite. And I mean, this is a fishing trip of a lifetime. You know, it could be, you ain't gonna believe it, Blake Shelton wants me to come out there and hunt turkeys with him. You gotta understand, honey, this is a turkey trip of a lifetime. She said, would you shut up? She said, you've been on about 107 hunting and fishing trips of a lifetime, so I don't want to hear no more about it, you know. But you look back, and I gotta thank my dad who's back home, old Papa Waddell, who a lot of you know. It's amazing. Growing up like a lot of us did, all you knew was hunting and fishing. I thought everybody in the world did it. I didn't realize that in New York City or LA that folks didn't know nothing about it. You know, I didn't realize that. I didn't know there was a such thing as a vegan or even a vegetarian. Still don't understand them, but I still know they exist. But don't dislike them, just don't understand them. That's a big word, like a lot of things in America these days. But what I will say is my Uncle Morgan and my dad, they took me hunting and fishing. And like we was talking about, Wade was talking about a bobber. I didn't even know I didn't even know you threw a bass back until I started watching TV and realized that they was advertising, hey, you should throw these fish back. And my papa would have freaked out, because we ate a lot of bass in Booger Bottom. And so I don't even really know how to express this opportunity because it's humbling. And just like Mr. Tom said, everybody who's been up here, from Kelly to Bill, everybody, if I named everybody, Mr. Larry, it's humbling. And I think that's what makes up a country boy and a country girl. Now, when it comes to fighting for what you believe in, we'll stand up and fight in a heartbeat. Matter of fact, I think that's the most proud thing about being in this room is the fact that, obviously, in America, and like we was talking about, Boyd said, won't get political, I won't get political, but one thing I know about it, if something hits the fan in this room, we're humble. But you look at the military, you look at the police officers, you look at these first responders, and you look at these folks and men that's got callus on their hands, I can tell you right now, you don't want to pick a fight for nobody in this room because we're going to band together. It don't matter what Duck calls. And with that, at first I was a little uncomfortable kind of being the redneck, being the country boy. Like Bill Blakely was up here, we say words sometimes that ain't right. Obviously, we're still on TV. We sometimes don't have the best brogue or the best grammar, but we speak from the heart. And what we do is from a culture that has raised us from a youngin' to understand that there is a good Lord and we got this renewable resource. Not only can we hunt, but we can show other people about it. And so when you look at that, you find a group of Americans that I think are some of the finest human beings on earth. It's us that you see fixing people's tire on the side of the road. It's us when people need extra $5, you pull it out. It's us when you see a lady trying to come in a grocery store, you get the door for them. Whether you're a lady or a man, you're trying to help somebody. And so I'm proud of that more than I am anything. And even more prouder to be in the industry that I look back when I was a snotty-nosed youngin' going to a Buck-A-Rama or going to the NWTF to call. Me and Kelly Powers both got into this through competition turkey calling, and I turkey calling, him duck and goose. And I remember my heroes was Harold Knight, David Hale, Paul Butsky, Eddie Salter, Preston Pittman. I could go on forever. Walter Parrott, Joe Drake. Lord have mercy. I just studied those guys. And back then there wasn't no YouTube, but you just, you'd hear them call on the TV show and you would record it. Well, not then. We didn't have cable. You had that antenna. We could watch the Braves on TBS and Dukes of Hazzard on Friday night. But when they started coming out with the TNN, you could buy those VHS tapes. I remember listening to Billy McCoy and Paul Butsky for hours. I would sit there and rewind that tape, rewind it and listen, rewind it. How could I learn to purr on a diaphragm like old Paul Butsky and learn how to, cut like Billy McCoy? And I remember I got into turkey calling, and there was a man named Dale Rom who's legendary. And he was from Pennsylvania, and his whole family kind of took me under the wing, gave me some turkey calls. And I remember Dale told me, he said, all right, now, boy, I don't want to see you get no amateur. You good enough to call with the pros? I said, no, I ain't. And I remember him just saying, no, I don't want to see you get no amateur. You go right to the top. I want you to call against these guys you look up to. And immediately, I had a little chance to have some success. And the only aggravation I've ever had with Mark Drury is sometimes I would drive all across the state, and that same redneck would be at the calling contest, and I could never beat him. And it was so aggravating. We since become friends after we retired, and thank the Lord, Ray I had retired before I ever got into turkey calling, and I'd wore out his VHS on OHS Strut and stuff, listening to him call. But the biggest thing that stood out when I talk about these heroes of mine was how they treated me. You come here and there's all these youngins running around. They treated, this is what gets me choked up. They treated me like I was their boy, like I was their kid. Dick Kirby would have me behind this booth showing me how to kiki, how to cut. I remember I'd go have $20. I'd spend 15 of it on calls, and another $5 get me a hot dog and or hamburger. Not any vegetarian food. I'd get a hot dog or something, unless Daddy brought some Vienna sausage or potted meat, And they treated me And they always made me feel like I could be as good as them, even though I felt like I never could. And so when I look at this industry, I'm going to tell you, if there's a place you can trust your kids alone running through the halls, don't worry. If Harold's there, you're all right. If Mark and Terry are there, you're all right. Mr. Larry Ray's right there, you're all right. If they run around final approach and Kelly and his family's there, don't worry about it. Now, they might discipline and get on to them, you know, if they acting a fool. But I can promise you, they're in good hands. So when I think about what this means and what Gary and his wife Cindy put together, I mean, I look at everything. There are no enemies in the hunting industry. They're competitors. We certainly compete. But, you know, I grew up and Bill Jordan gave me an opportunity, but Cuz and Toxie always treated me like I was a nephew. I mean, they'd hug my neck and treat me like I was kinfolk too. And so with that, I think what's special to me is now having kids, turn them loose at an event like this. And it's amazing how we get a little older and we get a little more sentimental. But I look at this crowd and I look at these folks. I look at Braden. And that youngin' 7 years ago, I think me and him, was that your first turkey, Braden? And now you the reason, I don't know how many you done killed, about 78. I don't know how many you done killed. You the reason Turkey Federation still getting membership and Turkeys for Tomorrow was founded because you've been and killed all the turkeys, boy. So when you look at what this industry stands for, it ain't a bunch of macho men. Now we got some in there that try to tell you, and they look at them and look how bad they are, how good they are. What I loved about this industry, everybody that I looked up to, whether it was Chuck Adams or these turkey callers or hunters I'm telling you about, even though I just thought they were, to a degree, gods to me, man, they were the people I looked up to. It wasn't an athlete, it was these hunters, people I read about in articles that Larry had wrote about, and, you know, from, you know, Bob Folkrod. I can name all kind of people. But when you met them, they were so humble, and they never made you feel like you couldn't do it. It didn't matter if it was a kid like Braden, who's going through a bunch of difficulties, who is fighting every day. He too can find success. It didn't matter if you was a single mom who, you know, had a husband maybe they had lost in the war or for some reason, or maybe they were divorced and they was trying to raise their youngin' up. They would always treat you and let you know how you could be successful. You know, if you saw Kevin Van Dam, Hank Parker, Bill Dance, if you saw those guys, even though you thought they were the best fishermen in the world, which they were, they made you feel like you could be that same type of fisherman. There's not many industries that do that. You don't see it necessarily in the UFC and some of these other places. They are meant to be dominant. It's more of a gladiator sport. So the hunting industry, what I love the most and people in this room advocate for, is that anybody and everybody can do it. It doesn't matter if you're a youngin', don't matter if you're a man, woman, or child, don't matter what color you are, what culture you come from. If you get into this culture and you understand what it's about, you won't go hungry. And Lord have mercy, most of us around here, you won't see a lot of skinny folks in the hunting industry, because we can hunt deer, we can hunt turkey, we can find a fish, but we can find a biscuit too, by God. I felt bad. Me and my wife last night, we left here after eating snacks and hors d'oeuvres and ate me several of them chicken fingers, and next thing you know, I was down there partying at Lambert's, catching rolls with one hand down there. And we just had a good nightcap down there at Lambert, eating some cornbread and rolls and all kind of stuff. But I could go on forever, but I'm honored to be in this, and actually it's kind of surreal. Honestly, I feel like I'm the youngest, oldest man in this industry, but now, because like Kelly said, you know, you learn from so many mistakes, and Lord knows I made plenty of mistakes, but the biggest thing I did in success is letting y'all help raise me, and y'all giving me this opportunity, and I promise you I won't take it for granted, and I promise I won't do everything that probably you approve of, but I promise you I'll fight to the end to protect this culture anywhere I go, because I know it's made up of the best people. Thank y'all. Thank you so much.
Is Colton Baker in the house? Colton, where are you at? Right here. There he is. All right. You know, it's hard to believe it. We're through with the induction ceremony. We're through with the awards. Bob Cobb, God blessed us with you, no doubt. Mr. Jimmy Bryan, some of you other folks, Linda Powell, Ray I, Harold. I want to tell y'all a quick story about Harold Knight. Y'all got to bear with me for just a minute. Steve McAdams and Tommy Aiken and I headed to Nashville, Tennessee for the Tennessee Conservation League outdoor show. I had a goose call. I couldn't afford one of Harold and David's $5 plastic tube calls. So I had a buddy that had a wood lathe, and he said, well, bring you a piece of walnut over and we'll cut you one out. Well, I stood there. I didn't know nothing about using a wood lathe, but I cut me one out. Well, it vibrated my lip, so I made a little wooden wedge to go in it. And Harold and David was holding a goose calling contest. I was about 26 years old, and I wanted to go to that goose calling contest. Well, those of you that know Steve McAdams, he's never been early to anywhere he ever went. We was 30 minutes late showing up, and Harold and David had already done the calling contest, but they were kind enough and gentleman enough that they said, well, why don't you blow and we'll score you? Well, I did. Of course, I was terrible. Harold said, man, you sounded really good on that thing. Let me see it. And I handed it to him. He said, where'd you get this turkey call? I said, oh, now he hurt my feelings a little bit. I said, that's not a turkey call, that's a tube call. Harold Knight took that thing and made every sound that a turkey can make on it, including a gobble. I went home and I knew that a lot of times I didn't know what I was talking about. That wasn't a turkey or a goose call, that was a turkey call. So, but Harold, David, all of you guys have been mentors to me. A good friend of mine back years ago wrote a song called The Legends of the Outdoors. It's our theme song on our show. Kevin Blake Weldon, and Kevin couldn't be with us today, so Colton has offered to sing it for us. When he gets through singing the song, I'll draw for the door prize, which is a $250 gift card from Frog Talks, and then we'll have our photo shoot and everything, and y'all can just visit with one another as long as you want to. God bless each and every one of you. God bless my family. God bless America for what we get to do. Thank you all for coming.
"5 a.m. can't come soon enough for folks like these. There's more than just a job to do, so they hit their knees. And though they recognize the need for all they do to provide a better future outdoors for me and you, and they're from what most folks want to be, but most folks don't ever see all it takes and what goes on behind the scenes. Designing new cars and building boats, they're outdoor riders and TV hosts, producing shows and stories so the whole world knows about new techniques for catching bass, better reels for smoother casts. They sure take pride in everything they do. And there's no challenge that they won't work through. So they tirelessly keep going on. They work their fingers to the bone. Too much time in the field and away from home. You can be sure we know what all your hard work is for. So now we honor you as legends, legends of the outdoors. They tirelessly go on and on. They work their fingers to the bone. Spend too much time in the field and away from home. You can be sure we know what all your hard work is for. So now we honor you as legends, legends of the outdoors.
All right, I'm going to pull one name out of here, and then we'll do our photo shoot. Hold on just a second. What? Oh, I got something else before I do this. At every table, there's a hybrid light donated to us by our sponsor, Terry Peterson, who him and his lovely daughter Cheyenne is here. There's a hybrid light Mammoth. If everybody will stand up, turn your chairs up. On every table, there's one chair with a sticker under it, and the person that's sitting in that chair gets to take that hybrid light home with you. right, Cuz got one. Kelly got one. Oh, Chuck got one. Hey, Wade, this is the first standing ovation I ever got. Okay, I'm going to draw this name. Here we go. Alec Billings. Alec Billings, where you at, Alec? You won a $250 gift card from Frog Talks. If you'll come up here and get it. All right, if I can have my photographers and all of our Hall of Fame members up here, we'll make 2 rows, one on top and one on the bottom. You guys that won these, yeah, we can do that. Here you go, sir.